สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมอะครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can.
No longer with us due to the club's demise as a whole, and in the aftermath, the shockwave sent by Elias Parthamos' return to Fitzroy is one of seismic significance. The dynasty whose empire ended last season have now added a cannon to their arsenal as they look to go on the quest to reclaim what they believe is rightfully theirs. Tonight, they kickstart that campaign exactly as they finished the last, and they will be looking to get on the same form as they ended the last two. No team picked up more points than their 23 in the final sprint home at the end of season 1 in 2025. Melbourne Aku, on the other hand, had to go the long way to ensure they retain their status. They went through the playoffs. They defeated Fitzroy in a rather dramatic affair. Noah Marr had a night to remember in the second leg, and now they must look to ensure they are never in such peril again. So, with the pressure of the playoffs and the restlessness of a relegation scrap behind us, with the season starting afresh, we are here in Darebin, and we are live for the first game of the evening on opening night. Melbourne Aku and Fitzroy. And we'll take you through the lineups. Lachlan Maliaros starts in between the sticks for QEMU's side against his former club. Marcus Fernandez wears the armband. Connor Irwin, Francis Marr and Noah Marr starts in as their target for Fitzroy. Elias Parthamos' return will have to come from the bench. A few reshufflings for Jimmy Soufis' side. It's the same core four of Josh Allen, Scott Rogan, Cosimo Russo and Javaro Nepomuceno, which were all in immense action towards the end of last season. But Sean Price is the man tasked in net for the Tigers this evening. It's going to be an absolutely incredible start to the season. My name's Ethan Rigg, and I'm joined on commentary from the very start of the season by a returning Adam Palombi. Adam, it's a pleasure to have you back with us. Good evening.
It's been the longest time, Ethan Rigg. It's been the longest time, but it's so good to be back. And it must be said straight off the bat how different things are. In a matter of 6 weeks, how the competition can change on its head. But you got to feel, really, for the club that might have fallen in the recent time, being Western United. Football's a crazy old game and futsal's no exception. But Ethan, more onto this contest here. I love the kits of Fitzroy. Must be said that design by Aku looks absolutely fantastic.
Tigers did change kit suppliers over the off-season, going back to a more traditional and a much more iconic set in the yellow and blue once more. And here's Cosi Russo. Tried to wriggle his way beyond Marcus Fernandez, but his touchback for Rogan only ran out of play.
They look sharp, Fitzroy. There's something different about them this season already. You can tell by perhaps all the fresh fades on court, the attire they're wearing. It's such of an attitude almost. But they're looking to climb back to the top of the summit. It was Maund, of course, who had done the business in the opening season this year, Ethan. But the Tigers, just by their own appearance, look like they mean business.
Rogan all the way back for Maliaros, and we mentioned Western United's demise. That's opened the door for Aku to make a new couple of signings from out west. Jerry Angelatos and Tal Galpa, as well as Enzo Campagna, who returns to the Aku fold. Connor Irwin in ahead of Cosimo Russo. Looking to go down the line. Him and Scott Rogan, of course, featured for the Futsal Roos in between the break between seasons. Aaron Yu did as well. If you want to round out a series Futsal Fab 4, Moreland's Adam Cooper was the final string of the quartet. Russo is rolling it just wide. Had Maliaros scrambling.
Of course, fresh off the plane, Cosi Russo. That shot not too far wide, and, well, it was awesome to see out of such a decorated player in SFA history get the call up for the Socceroos. Get the experience under Miles Downey and company. Let's hope he's there to stay.
Off the back of a season in which he was one of 3 Golden Boot winners, Fitzroy's number 4. And here he is again, up against Irwin, has breezed his way beyond him, tried to cut it back for Nepomuceno, only found the palms of Maliaros, who's quickly on for Fernandez. Down the line for Noah Marr, whose touch invited Josh Allen, who did brilliantly well to win it off him. Russo rolled it on for Nepomuceno, who had 2 with him in retreat. Switched it over for Cosimo Russo again. Tried to spear it through the legs of Noah Marr, who stood firm, and instead has to recycle to the skipper in Rogan.
Not Francis Marara's best moment there. It's not a highlight he'll want to look back on. He's facing away from the ball. It bounced the opposite direction, and then he was on the deck.
Here's Russo again, going at Noah Marr, spearing it across. Noah's brother Francis, the one in best position to clear. Irwin wanted to switch it for Fernandez, but switched it and split the Aku gap. Mentioned players looking sharp, and we saw it towards the back end of last season. Aku's violent effervescence also looks rather lovely on a night like this. It's safe to say it's been a rather miserable Friday in Melbourne, but the shine of the lights inside here, the shine of the court, the shine of what is a new season, it's going to bring the warmth to any winter day. Here is one of Aku's new additions, Tao Galper. Irwin on for Fernandez. Just trying to take their time to work around the Fitzroy press. Down the line for Noah Marr. Josh Allen immediately went to him. Fernandez got it beyond Nepomuceno and only just. And then Marr's loose touch invited Nepomuceno in. Got away from Fernandez, rolled it on for Russo. Round the corner for Rogan, and Fitzroy will have a corner.
Building, chipping, prodding away are the Tigers. Nepomuceno's looked lively. Galper's had a bit to do. Looks good, of course, in an Aku shirt, but promising signs for Fitzroy.
Allen's take. Russo's peeled away. Got a bobble. Got a touch off Galper, who had to intervene. Set piece from the other side. Fitzroy now searching for the opening goal of the season. Rogan with loft. Russo on the volley. Caught it sweet, but didn't get over it enough. They were the ones who kick-started last campaign, of course. They beat Hume 4-0. They'd be hoping for something similar tonight, especially without Moreland in action. This is where Fitzroy can set an early pace.
That was a while ago too, Ethan, considering. It's gone that quickly. But dare I say, that was half a year ago now.
Half a year ago. It feels like forever. It was only in February. But the way that this league moves as well, it's so quick, isn't it?
It's so quick, as was perhaps Galper on this occasion for Aku. Mind you, Ethan, you mentioned being quick. No player quicker than Galper.
None other maybe than Rogan. Russo tried to go on the counter. Irwin the other way to intervene.
Going to start talking about Corey Sewell's return there, Ethan, considering you'll see a lot more of the man taking the side possession now for Fitzroy this season.
What a big addition he's been. Nepomuceno with strength, with bustle and hustle, but not beyond Maliaros, who's looked long, maybe too long for Noah Marr. Corey Sewell is such an important reintegration to this Fitzroy side. Josh Allen too, at the back end of last season, was a big part of their title charge. And here is Elias Parthamos, back in Fitzroy colours once again. News broke on Sunday, and it certainly shook up the league. Sewell with a tidy bit of footwork. Wicket. Parthamos face to face with Fernandez on his left and flashed it just wide.
And that would have been the exact moment for perhaps Parthamos on his return to the club where it all started for him. Many knew it was going to happen, Ethan. It was a matter of when. Not sure many would have expected for it to happen so soon, but there's always a time for things to happen, and we're seeing it time and time again now in series. Andre Cara returning to out of Pasco Vale, Parthamos now to Fitzroy.
Youth Player of the Season last season. 23 goals, Elias Parthamos. Moved back to Fitzroy.
Still can't believe he's only 22 years of age, considering how long he's been around the sport. You'd feel like he's 40 almost, wouldn't you, Ethan? Doesn't move like it, it's not what I'm saying, but he's just been in such a rich spate of form for so long now. Youth Player of the Season awards, he's been racking up, he's been very lively across the competition.
In the Team of the Season as well last season. Fitzroy's number 6, reinstated, is Angelatos. Looking to make a name for himself in Melbourne Aku colours. Away from wicket beautifully was Angelatos. Price had to be off his line. QE Mew and the Aku bench aren't too happy about the contact.
They have reason. It's claws there. Angelatos was so crafty to turn away. Needed stopping.
Ruslan to fire. That one just over. Galper's side ball. Trickery of Angelatos was absolutely dazzling. Corey Sewell, Parthamos, face to face with Leong. Switched it for Sakawal Jarin. Sewell once again. Sat Leong down wonderfully. Gave it to wicket. Sewell on the return. Maliaros, what a wonderful save that is.
Great goalkeeping against one of his former employers from Lockie Maliaros. It was just supremely cool from Corey Sewell. Completely sent his marker to the shops. Had all the composure to just drift the ball towards wicket. He wanted the return pass. Maliaros has done well.
Parthamos around the corner for wicket while Jarin was going down the line. Parthamos once again, sold Sewell short, and Ruslan can lead the break. Aku have all four pouring forward. Leong down the line has flashed it across the face. And in fact, Price got a touch. Colin Leong, real live wire of this Aku side, who having ridden out the first Fitzroy wave, maybe want to land a blow of their own. Ruslan again, this time Saul in the way to block.
I like how Ruslan, when he has the opportunity to fire, he's not going for power, he's going for placement.
Might get another opportunity, try to place it for Galper. Saul is all on his own and kickstarts Fitzroy's campaign. Saul on the break, stormed his way through, and this time faced with Maliaros, rolled with certainty into the bottom corner.
Goal for Fitzroy, number 11, Corey Swool.
Fitzroy off to a fast and fiery start.
You can't make those mistakes around quite the futsal player, quite the footballer, Corey Swool. He was almost from a training session so routinely in on goal. Ruslan with a rare fumble of possession. And all considered, Ethan, the experience there, he can see it. You can see it rather on Ruslan's face right now. He's not too pleased with himself. Apologising to his teammates maybe, but experience against experience, and it's Corey Swool who was on top there to score.
Saul accepting ever so ceremoniously while Jerian had his pocket picked by Angelatos.
Save.
Price got down very well.
Brilliant stop from Price. Fantastic reaction. Angelatos was looking for that bottom corner. It was bound for that position.
Ruslan from Leong's side ball. Switched it on for Galper. Wicket hot on the press. Galper couldn't get beyond him.
Speaking of perhaps recalibrating, you look at Price, the goalkeeper. He's got his hair nice and short. New attitude. Got to appreciate it.
Angelatos tried to go around the corner for Ruslan. Saul again hot on the press. Angelatos with a wonderfully weighted ball, and Price again with a superb stop to deny Ruslan, whose flicked header was heading in.
Again, there he is. Priceless. You knew that was coming, but how good is that from the keeper? Ruslan was intelligent to flick it. Well, he wasn't even facing his goal. Bear in mind, he hits the deck right as we speak with Corey Swool. But all considered, Price so far, Ethan, in the last couple of interventions has been on top, the goalkeeper.
Two ever important saves from Fitzroy's number 21, the man between the sticks tonight for Jimmy Soufis' side. Parthamos with a piercing ball. Speaking of returns, none more so than Jose Filio, known as Pepe in these parts of the world. A player who spent time at Moreland, back at Fitzroy, and laying it off to Al Jarin.
I don't reckon we've seen Filio play since that for Moreland in round 7 in season 2022. He played against that of, might have been Hume, might have been Pasco Vale. It was when the Black Steel Papua had come to town. Dare I say, it's been some time since we've seen him. A lot of pedigree. Spent 6 years at Moreland. And although he won't have an offensive duty right now, you'll certainly keep your eye on number 13 for Fitzroy.
Sakawal Jarin in the book as well, having handled that, and it gives Aku a free kick. Mar brothers standing over it. Francis and Noah holding court over who might give Price yet another save to make. Angelatos far post, might watch him too. It will be Noah Mar to drill it. Price got a parry. Parthamos hooked it anywhere, hooked it into the roof, and Aku will keep it with a side ball.
Aku's best passage. They're really testing the keeper, trying to make the most from their set pieces. Fitzroy just absorbing that pressure right now.
Angelatos switched it back for Francis Mar. Waited on runners to drop in. Galper was one of them. Mar trying to bundle his way beyond Filio. Here's Noah Mar. Face to face with Saul. Where he finds his brother Fitzroy. Just happy to let Melbourne Aku have it. Aku happy for the possession. Galper with a great ball. Mars picked it up. Parthamos bundled into him. And they'll have another free kick in similar territory.
Fantastic ball from Galper. You're really seeing the former Western United players have such influence on this Aku team. Exciting times right now for Kiwimu. But in this game, they need to get something on the scoreboard soon. They've had a lot of possession inside their attacking half.
It is Noah Mar's free kick, rattles it into the wall. Saul did his job while Jarin can go the other way. Saul then took it off him, whether he wanted to or not. And Maliaros read the situation rather well. Here's Noah Mar. Tried to whip it round the corner. Filio picked it off. Saul on the volley! Steered it wide.
He's such a fun player to watch, Corey Swoop. He's a nightmare, considering you just don't know what he's going to do. He's so elusive for a player so tall. And imagine you're running at him. He spreads himself out like a squid. It would be such a daunting task if you're trying to get around him. It's nearly impossible.
It's Rogan.
Not sure if like a squid's my best work, but we'll take it for now.
Gets it back from Filio. Face to face with Noah Mar. Russo. Filio once again. Mar with an intervention. Russo rapidly back to clear it up. Price. Peluso. Rogan. Tried to be tidy. Fernandez picked it off. Rogan won it back. Russo round the corner. Filio. Face to face with Noah Mar. Irwin coming across too.
Brilliant.
Rogan. Russo. Might have room to roam. Away from Irwin, not away from Fernandez, who was in retreat.
Nice passage. Ball on a string from Filio, as it was for Cosi Russo. Peluso getting acquainted on court. Number 9 for Fitzroy. Looks towards the back post. Wonder what involvement he could have tonight, Ethan.
So side ball. Peluso is lurking. Filio the recipient. Peluso, there he is! Maliaros with a brilliant save. Peluso couldn't get away from Francis Mar. Irwin picked it up. And Christian Peluso, this time, just in the way to cut the channel out.
Positioning was fantastic. Maliaros was intelligent with his positioning, therefore was able to make the save.
Inside ball. Noah Mar wanted to wait on his runners. Irwin with loft tried to find him again. Russo dangled a leg and won it back. Fernandez. Irwin. Rogan had a slip. And when Irwin tried to slide it to Noah Mar, he slid it out of play. Filio. Russo. Around Noah Mar, not around Irwin in retreat, but he keeps the press on. Maliaros is telling him to not be silly with it, and Irwin clears his lines.
And they're telling each other to communicate, both Irwin and Maliaros. That was the key miscommunication there between them two.
Rogan. Peluso tried to leave it for Russo. Mar, who had Fernandez galloping forward, now does find him. Marcus Fernandez face to face with Rogan, who won in well. Filio. Peluso. Around the corner for Rogan, tried to find Russo. Irwin lets it roll all the way back for Maliaros. Of course, this season the shorter one too, only 14 rounds, meaning that points are at a premium. Each play each other twice instead of thrice.
That'll change the dynamic a lot more than we expect, I believe. Each match right now has a lot on it, I suppose, considering there's a less amount of points to be won. Draws will be very important. You wonder how it all plays into the arms of each team in the competition. Simply a result from tonight might prove the difference at the end of the season.
Irwin's giveaway. Filio's picked it up, had two with him. Both Peluso and Russo might have wanted it. Filio went alone, and the block was made. Fitzroy looking for their second. Starting to turn the screw on Aku. Filio with a super switch. Rogan speared it for Peluso. It was blocked. They reload again. Filio wanted to go. Francis Mar came across at the concession of a corner.
He's enjoying himself, the number 13 for Fitzroy. Filio's really enjoying his foot, so you can tell on the way he's playing with flair. He's loving it out there right now.
Russo round the corner for Rogan. Tried to fizz it towards Russo again, but Ruslan was in the way to make the block. It's been a real arm wrestle of a first half so far. Fitzroy with the only goal, looking to land a second. Rogan, Russo didn't sort his feet out. Fernandez did, got himself clear, fired it into Peluso. Irwin wanted to pick it up when trying to find Francis Mar. Instead, lobbed it out of play. Rogan. Filio. Wanted Rogan again. This time Francis Mar trying to stop Fitzroy's number 7. Rogan twisting and turning, and Maliaros did in the end concede a corner.
Hume's got the timeout card in his hand. He realises things are starting to go perhaps against his tide. He's gone right across to the 4th official. It's been issued.
Rogan with height. Peluso wanted to volley it, didn't catch it cleanly, and QEMU will now have that timeout. His Aku side at the moment are hanging in there, but by a Corey Sewell goal to nil, Fitzroy have a lead in the early kickoff on opening night.
You can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
We return from timeout for the first time in the new season. Corey Sewell, the only scorer. Fitzroy lead Aku 1-0. Galpa for Leong are looking to give QEMU side a leveller. He wanted timeout as he could just feel Fitzroy starting to gain an ascendancy.
The right time to use the timeout, considering Aku had some very decent spells of possession, but they might be in trouble here.
Nepomuceno off Russo and into the net. Cosimo Russo did not know a lot about it. Chavaro Nepomuceno rattled it into him, but Fitzroy, who have been pushing, have some breathing room. And Aku now have it all to do.
You'd usually hear on the PA system, goal for Fitzroy, number 10, Chavaro Nepomuceno. That was the goal scorer.
And in fact, Fernandez might be out to pull one back. Price slid across to make a good save.
Was it Cozzy's or was it Javaro's? It was Russo's. Commentator needs glasses.
That would make two of us. Aku's corner. Fernandez, Ruslan again, has had a lot of looks from that position. Fitzroy have allowed him the freedom. And if you give him enough looks, he might land one. He might make Price work a little bit more again, and he makes a solid challenge on Scott Rogan.
Might make a claim here. Ruslan still with his body language. Doesn't look like he's forgotten about perhaps that first mistake he made. You can see like it's just sort of lingering on him. As for Aku though, they have been positive. They have to look at the positives and just try keep knocking on the door. Next goal is important, you feel for them. Can't go against them.
Galpa waiting on his runners. Here's Leong, who was in the goals for Aku frequently last season. Gets it back from Fernandez, tried to lift it over the top, not beyond Josh Allen. Ruslan. Galpa. Through the legs of Rogan to find Leong. Down the line for Fernandez. Ruslan once again. Galpa. Allen hot on the press. Nepomuceno came to join him. Galpa evaded both, kept it in well, found Fernandez. Ruslan, that's a lovely return. Fernandez not away from Russo, and now it's 3-on-2. Rogan one way, Allen the other, and Russo couldn't pick either.
Loved that. Audacious pass from Ruslan. Such skill for the ball to just ricochet into the direction of Fernandez, who just couldn't seem to latch onto it. He was caught in a phone box. And Cosy also known for his decision making. That time around, just too much on the pass forward.
Leong tried to spear it for Ruslan. Nepomuceno picked it off. Went on for wicket. Rogan was central. Maliaros made a tidy save to stifle out the danger. And Leong is happy to hook it away.
Scott Rogan taking a spell. Corey Sewell on in his place.
Allen switched it for Sewell. He wanted to go to work with Galper. Got it back from Nepomuceno. Javaro Nepomuceno. Oh, wonderful. Through the legs of Leong, Maliaros made a split-second decision and made the right one with a good slide. But it looks like Javaro Nepomuceno might just be one of the players in that kind of mood tonight. Sewell's side ball immediately came short. Here is Nepomuceno. Down the line for Sewell once again, tiptoed his way, not around Angelatos, who did well. And then when wanting Leong, rolled it all the way back for Price. Allen. Wicket. Fitzroy taking just some of the sting out of a couple of minutes where Aku have reclaimed some momentum. That ball down the line from Sewell, a little bit of a loose one, and Wicket couldn't get it under his spell.
Aku are recycling well. They just can't seem to get out of this defensive third, really. They're struggling from finding that killer pass to give them a chance in on goal. Fitzroy have really locked up the space well.
Noamar. Sewell hustling him, switched it for Leong. Tried to thread it for Angelatos. Wicket with the intervention. Allen gave it to Sewell. Couldn't shift away from Noamar, and he was closed by a violet door. Mar wants to go the other way now. Sewell, and then with help from Allen, ensure that Fitzroy win it back. Nepomuceno. Allen, risky one. Mars picked it off. Had options. Galper was one of them. Nepomuceno on the block. Leong through the legs of Wicket. Nepomuceno slid to ensure that the sting was taken out of it. Allen one up. Sewell for Wicket. Josh Allen is galloping forward at the back post. Wicket held up by Angelatos. Shifted it on for Sewell. And in the end, Nepomuceno is the recycle. Trying to twist and turn away from Leong. Sat him down in the end. Sewell on the far side now. Noamar wanting to shut the door. Nepomuceno. Sewell. Can Fitzroy find an opening? Mars picked it off. Price quickly clipped it into Mar, but it hit his hand.
Nepomuceno on defensive duties. You love to see it.
Wicket. Tried to drive one towards Nepomuceno at the back post. No, Mar maybe making up for giving away the free kick. Sewell. Wanted to go around Francis Mar. Nothing was quite going. Wicket. Not beyond Noamar, who's done well to keep it in. And then showed too much to it. Wicket picked his pocket. Tried to drill it. Angelatos read it. And now Aku can go the other way. 3-on-2. Francis Mar one way. Shifted it away from Sewell and rolled it wide.
That was the right idea from Francis Mar. Corey Sewell anticipated out of the attacker to shoot from his right foot. The cut inside was supreme. The reverse shot on goal. Enrique Pimenta-esque, if you will. Wasn't an awful idea either. Just wide of Price's goal. Promising that from Aku, though.
Nepomuceno. Galper did well just to hold him up and then made the challenge. So Aku, with just over 5 minutes to half-time, are still not out of it just yet. Fitzroy have landed the early 2 blows, but a goal changes this game. Nepomuceno maybe wanting to add a third, took a deflection off Angelatos. Maliaros readjusted well. Fernandez, not beyond Allen, who's got Nepomuceno with him. Wicket was arriving. Tried to roll it, only found Angelatos. Fernandez fired it away. Out of danger, but all the way for Price.
Aku, you almost sense, Ethan, putting a real, let's say, deal of importance onto all their players on court right now. And you can sense they look a little bit, just a touch, perhaps fatigued. So they've had a lot of court time.
Nepomuceno was found by Sewell's switch and was pressed by Galper. Nepomuceno did well to get away from him. Francis Mar won it back. Wicket in retreat. Has lost out for Galper, who wanted a debut goal, but Price, once again, made a very tidy save. Sewell, Parthamos reinstated as well for Fitzroy. Sewell tried to thread it for Allen. It was cleared only as far as Parthamos. Sewell Wanted to give a 1-2, instead did it with himself. Angelatos clipping at the heels, wicket. Round the other way for Allen, Parthamos. Waited on the runners, chose the recycle, wicket, Sewell. Angelatos holding him up. Parthamos, Allen. Back for Elias Parthamos, who's away from Francis Marr. Wanted the runners. Allen was one of them. Maliaros made the save. Sewell for Parthamos. Instead, Aku will have a free kick.
Handball the call. Angelatos, you can see just gesturing towards Hume. Might want a brief spell.
Owen. Fernandez mentioned it throughout this first half, especially the last couple of minutes, Adam. The rotation is going to be so important, isn't it?
Oh, certainly so, considering Aku, as we mentioned, a firm reliance upon those on court right now. Have been making changes, of course. Haven't seen Oscar Yee yet come into this game, but perhaps a tactic up the sleeve of Kui Mu. But you can almost sense, Ethan, their pocket rockets of Ma, Fernandez, and Angelatos just seem to have lost that touch of intensity. They've been on court for some time now.
Aku protesting. Fitzroy free kick here. Maliaros, a judge, should have touched it twice in the same passage, meaning that Sewell and Parthamos are within firing range. For a third, which for Fitzroy would cap a convincing first half. Parthamos for Sewell, for Wickett, who's rolled it wide. They went the set piece instead of the direct route. Had Aku scrambling, Wickett couldn't quite apply the finishing touch. Fernandez. Francis Marr left it back for his skipper. And here he is again. Tried to go around Wickett. Sewell came across as well. But instead, having looked to go down the flank, Aku were boxed out well. Parthamos. Quick 1-2 with Wild Jarin, both, of course, former Western United boys, former teammates as well. Here is Sakawal Jarin with loft for Chu, who tried to be tidy, almost clipped it to his path. It found its way to Sewell via Irwin. Parthamos. While Jarin made sure the block was in place. Sewell tried to drill it and in! Too hot to handle for Maliaros. Off the underside of his palm, and Sewell adds a second for the night. Fitzroy have been knocking on the door and have their third.
They're in control now. No doubt about that, not just with the ascendancy, but on the scoreboard now too. Corey Sewell, such a powerhouse, isn't he? Goes right to the bench. He's now chasing a hat-trick. And Aku really chasing this one.
Fernandez fizzed it for Francis Marr. Filio came across, conceded a corner, but did very well.
And well, Maliaros wasn't deserving of a moment like that, considering, Ethan, he was having quite the game up until that deflecting shot just being too hot to handle.
Fernandez off the post. Ruslan on the follow-in. Away from Chu, but his touch took him wide. In fact, Chu made a challenge in there as well. Ruslan for Fernandez. Irwin. Can they create another look while Jarin in solidly?
Fantastic, wasn't it, from Fernandez? Not far away. Price well beaten. It was clever to go along the deck.
Irwin can try to spear it through Sakawal Jarin. Unable to find a way. But Aku looking for a goal back. Fernandez, this time Parthamos to make the block. Fernandez kept it going. Twisted away from one, from two, took a tumble. Wanted a free kick that never came, and he's not too happy about it.
Fernandez not happy with the official. And it was right near the Fitzroy technical area, of course. Fernandez, no stranger to such. And they'll perhaps giving it large to him.
Parthamos for Filio. Shifted it onto that left foot and didn't quite get the connection, but he wasn't far away from firing his first Fitzroy goal upon his return. Maliaros wanted Ruslan, who gave Filio a barge for good measure.
Sign of frustration from the number 7. They smile about it. Of course, both Ruslan and Filio. Fitzroy like sharks just sensing blood right now. On the scoreboard, that is.
Filio, Parthamos, oh, lovely 1-2. True again! It was nearly so effortlessly worked. Chu's ball across the right one. Filio just didn't arrive at the right time.
I don't think people realise how difficult that is to do. To turn your opponents who are athletic, who are fit, who are seasoned futsal players. How Fitzroy can just make you look schoolboy. It's not for the lack of opposition, it's for the immense amount of quality boasted by the Tigers.
Irwin, away from Wild Jarin. Galpa tried to shift inside. Chu rather robustly was in, and he's down, he saw. While Jarin has lost it, Irwin's continued as Chu has stayed down behind play. Price has pushed it away for a corner, and now we'll have a stoppage.
He's clutching right at his knee, the youngster Chu. Galpa, although his counterpart number was quick to ensure the well-being of the number 4 team was the priority. Chu with the thumbs up to the bench. He'll look to soldier on.
Francis Marr is setting up for a corner, one which I don't think he's going to receive. Filio with the drop ball instead, hooked it away.
The official on broadcast side with his best perhaps, well, teaching acumen towards Marcus Fernandez. Go sit in the corner.
Francis Marr flashed it across the face. Irwin wasn't far away from getting on the end of it. And where Aku protested they wanted a corner, nearly found something of substance.
Fernandez was adamant that once the game had stopped, it was certainly going to be a corner, not to be the case.
Rogan and Fitzroy take one for the road. Wanted to roll it to the back post. Jimmy Sufus instructing them to stay high for what remains of this first half. Inside the final minute. Maliaros, that's a tidy ball for Ruslan. Maybe a fraction too heavy as it just rolled away from him at the wrong time. By Jarin, Parthamos. Fitzroy now instead, just wanting maybe to tick down the seconds. Rogan, Filio. Parthamos picked it off Rogan. And then gave it to him. Face to face with Francis Marr. Rogan, why not? And he wasn't far away. He was dipping towards Maliaros' near post, but didn't dip inside of it. Instead, into the side netting.
Jimmy Sufus wants that 4th goal before half-time. He wants a high press from Fitzroy.
And while Jarin might make it happen, he's picked his pocket. And Maliaros has made a tidy save at his near post. Fitzroy now, in the dying seconds, will have time out on the verge of half-time. And they lead Aku 3-0.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอล
We return from timeout on the brink of half-time. Fitzroy with a corner looking to add a 4th. Filio to take. Nepomuceno on the volley. Got a slice.
He pictured that a lot differently, I can assure you.
Galpa wanted to look long. Rogan happy to watch it trickle out. Final knockings of the first half. Rogan. Look for Parthamos. Irwin in the way. They won't have time for the corner, but Fitzroy are certainly feeling it so far. Saul started it. They then added a second through Cosi Russo. Corey Saul grabbed his brace for the night. And half-time to kick off the season. It's Fitzroy 3, Melbourne Aku 0.
เป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมอะครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2อย่าง
We return from half-time on opening night, where Fitzroy, who are looking to make a statement, have certainly penned the introduction. 3 up against Melbourne Aku. Saul at the double on his return to regular series futsal, we would hope. And Cosimo Russo picking up where he left off last season. Already off the mark. One of 3 Golden Boot winners last time round. Adam, it looks like Fitzroy at the moment are looking to set an early pace.
Definitely so, and you fully expect them to try double the scoreline. It's simply an Aku if they can prevent that from happening.
Angelatos for Noah Maru's clipped it goalward, but clipped it over the bar. Wasn't far away, got inventive. And in fact, it took a touch, and Aku will have a corner. Leon to take. Angelatos arriving for him. Fizzed it back for Galper, who again steered it over this time without a minor ricochet.
Considering the form Price has been in this game, and with Aaron New absent, you fully expect the goalkeeper to continue in that form he showcased in the opening half and try keep a clean sheet. And how it might just make the goalkeeping ranks a lot more interesting at Fitzroy. Of course, Aaron New's played a lot of futsal this year. Perhaps just having the night off to regather and prepare for another 13 weeks in the run until the end of the season.
Well, we know, of course, how important clean sheets are if you're a side going for the title. Postolakis didn't concede until match day 5 last season. One of those was in that first Classico, which turned out to be crucial in the end. So, if he is to keep the sheets clean, it would showcase to Jimmy Sufas and co that he's a worthy option to consider in between the sticks. Maliaros wanted to fizz it for Angelatos, but had too much on it.
Price has spent some time at the Tigers, and while learning from Aaron New is only going to do your goalkeeping ability wonders in training, having the insight, having the real understanding of the position with one of the nation's best. It's never going to hurt your career, that's for sure.
Angelatos on for Galper. And the other way for Leon, while Jarin on the press. Filio's picked it up, tried to shift it back for Wild Jarin, didn't give up on it, and forced Angelatos to clear his lines.
Had no choice, did Angelatos. He knew Saka, while Jarin was bounding behind him, took the no-nonsense and put the board down.
Jared Rogan, that's a brilliant finish. Scott Rogan superbly darted across at the near post, and then with the deftest touch, turned it beyond Maliaros and into the net.
You blink, you miss it. It happens in such a quick amount of time. It's genuinely intriguing. I'd love to time it. I'd love to know how long in seconds that took. Because you blink, you miss it. It's how quick Scott Rogan was there, while Jaron fizzing the ball along the deck to reach the Fitzroy captain. And it's simply 4 of the good from Fitzroy. They look menacing right now on court.
Almost an entire reshuffle just then. 3 out. And Russo, Peluso and Saul reinstated. Angelatos on for Francis Marr. Ever present in this Aku team, of course. Featured in both legs of the playoffs when they got the job done against Footscray. There were a few nerves around QEMU side. They went 2-0 down in the second leg early and then turned it around to secure their status for another season. How important is it for them to kick on and make sure that they don't find themselves in similar peril again?
Well, tonight already is looking rather the tall order. Considering the score, it will be a blemish. Not by much of an assumption. But you mentioned playoffs, Ethan, and it's going to be the replay of one of the best games of futsal I think you'll ever see, especially in a playoff. It's Hume against Northern Phoenix. The Stars are ready from both sides to enter once this one wraps up for what's brewing to be match of the round. But all considered, Ethan, Hume with a real point to prove.
Certainly. Given the conclusion of last season, given the manner that they went down in, with the players that they brought in, you really get the feeling that Connacht's side have got a lot to prove. The Black Army will be wounded. But in the week they've just tried to put some nerves, tried to unnerve Phoenix as well perhaps, and said that they're well and truly here to retain their place and here to show people why. And tonight, they kickstart that journey against the Northern Phoenix side who beat them in the playoffs as Galpa rolls wide. Maybe a glimpse for Aku to try and claw a goal back. Galpa not so lucky on this occasion. Russo round the corner for Peluso. Rogan tried to chip it over the top. Francis Marr did well. Peluso in ahead of Angelatos. Sewell, who's on a hat-trick for Rogan. Peluso. It's not just one newly promoted side we've got tonight either, Adam. Thornbury United with their top-flight debut to round it out against Pasco Vale. In the meantime, Christian Peluso's bearing down. Brilliant. And has rattled in a fabulous fifth. Peluso picked it up and rolled it in with certainty.
Brilliant finish from Peluso. Such conviction. Nobody, no matter what goalkeeper it might have been, is getting anywhere near that shot. Got stuck in the net practically. And that's what number 9 is there to do, Ethan. It's finish. And that was a genuine, true finish from a number 9, that of Christian Peluso.
And nearly in for 2 in a minute. Rogan forced to save Animaliaros. Peluso has picked it up again. Got away from Noamar. Fernandez in firmly but fairly enough. Francis Marr round the corner for his brother. Down the line for Galpa, who shifted it beyond Rogan. Tal Galpa, Price with another pinpoint save. Sewell back for Rogan. Peluso's at the back post. Rogan just put the skates on Fernandez, rolled his way inside, and then had the violet door closed on him. Sewell sharply on for Russo. Rogan, they're going to try and walk it in, and Peluso couldn't apply the finishing touch at the back stick.
And Gabriel Ceballos just barking to Peluso, saying, that's the back post, that's where you have to be. Peluso nods, he knows he should have been in that position. But as you mentioned, Ethan, they're trying to walk the ball in Fitzroy. Difficult result. And game right now might turn out to be for Aku, but you hope they can find a consolation.
Fernandez. Quick 1-2 with Francis Marr. Threaded it through for Noah Marr wonderfully well. Galpa away from Sewell. Fernandez down the line for Galpa once more. Tidy return. Marcus Fernandez, they have a goal back. Slid it under Price, who got a touch as well, but Aku's skipper opens his account.
Well crafted, well finished. Noah Marr in the pivot, fantastic hold-up play. And once it fell to Fernandez, had the composure, started initially on the shot, and once he fired, the keeper was off-balanced. Price concedes it took him nearly 24 minutes of futsal to do so. The understudy of Aaron New. And you can't really blame the keeper for the finish either. Simply a case of, well, bad timing.
Francis Marr wanted 2 in a minute. Peluso's going the other way. Russo up with him. Fernandez intervenes, only as far as Peluso. Russo twisting, turning. That's a marvellous save from Maliaros.
Never gave up. Never gave up to Maliaros. Russo thought he was going to turn it in. But meanwhile, the attention just turns to that of Francis Marr, who's saying, well, what are you doing here? To Corey Swart, who helps him up. He trots off, and Ruslan will come on in his place. That's somewhat described the night of Aku so far, Ethan. Just not being able to have the answer.
Saw a corner, Russo. Nepomuceno did well to drill it into the floor. Maliaros did well to go all the way. He had the answer to Nepomuceno on that occasion. But on the counter, Sewell intervenes. Fernandez's side ball. We'll keep you updated on the well-being of Francis Marr as Irwin flashed one into Sewell. Peluso also got a touch on it. To take it wide. Fernandez. Irwin Tried to stab it for Galpa. Again, they keep it. Tidy passage from Elbanaku, who can just maybe start to chip away at this Fitzroy lead. Irwin, Galpa wanted the 1-2. Saul shut the door. Russo, a quarter of an hour left of tonight's early edition.
Oh.
And Nepomuceno is wanting to make the most of it. Irwin in the way off Maliaros' parry, just to clear his lines.
Arku got to prevent this from getting ugly. And that's what you'd think they're doing right now, but Fitzroy in such command. Goal difference will be a certain talking point at the end of the season. Arku have to really try to stem the bleeding, but the ball is in the wrong end right now. If you're Kuimu.
Peluso's corner, who's once again on the score sheet against his former club. Finds Saul. Russo tried to take the sting out of it, got it back from Irwin's loose touch. And then when trying to switch it, only put it out of play, but they will keep it. Might have taken a final touch off Connor Irwin. You can feel at the moment that Fitzroy are just wanting to take a lot of the sting out of this game, are really wanting to put their press on it, and Maliaros didn't see that until the last second, and that's another superb stop down low.
It's been busy. As Maliaros is busy as a busboy in a bistro. And he's had to make reaction save time and time again.
Nepomuceno. Saul. Russo. Nepomuceno! Wasn't far away from a cracker of his own, was the man from Curaçao. Instead just had it over the bar. Fernandez. Galpa, seen a lot of minutes this evening. Do you think maybe it's a way of QEMU not only keeping his best players on, but also getting them acquainted with the system?
Potentially, although it's hard to really decipher considering that... Well,
might have to come back to you. Nepomuceno on the charge. Saul, hat-trick hunting, hat-trick getting. On opening night, Corey Saul has his stamp. 3 of the very tidiest. And Fitzroy have a superb 6th. Wonderfully worked. And Saul, ever so calmly, just gave it some loft into the roof.
well, Ethan, you mentioned stamped. You had me stumped considering you're talking system for a side that are losing by now 5 goals. And, well, it's difficult already considering the opposition they're up against. For the first, say, 8 to 10 minutes of play, maybe so. Now it's a complete shutdown. And they're relying heavily on the goalkeeper. It's good to see Angelatos and Galpa get minutes on the court and try to get acquainted and get the chemistry going, but always was going to be a tall order against Fitzroy.
Nepomuceno couldn't stab it beyond Ruslan. Irwin wanted to keep it in, but it'll find touch. For Fitzroy, having taken not even any time to warm up tonight, this is, perhaps they would hope, a sign of things to come. Allen to add his name. Maliaros again with another tidy save.
There are positives, though, from Arku. There's certain individual performances that have shone. There's been moments of play that are very positive. Yeah, from Fitzroy. It's really their way of saying, well, this season, well and truly, as they always do, but now more than ever, mean business. Think back to, of course, the opening game. For the first season, it was only 4-0 against Hume. Looking to go that step further, all steps further, here tonight against Arku.
Angelatos is on the break. He's looking to add one to his account as well. Get a goal on debut for his new club, but just rolled it wide of the far post. Price was scrambling. And in the end, happy to see it, just placed away. There's wicket. Give one for Ruslan. Irwin. On for Angelatos. Face to face with Ben Chu. Good to see him back out on court after he took a tumble. Allen's on the march. Maliaros is across again at the expense of a Fitzroy corner.
You can see Irwin Just going straight to Allen. The official, not worrying about it, but once Irwin knew he was not goal side, let's just say he resorted to other measures to try get the ball. But Sean Price has had a good night in goals. Ultimately, that will be that for now. And Ethan, I believe there's been a goalkeeping change.
Leonardo Gradelli, who featured for Fitzroy towards the back end of last season. Now gets his go in between the sticks. Was Aaron Hughes understudy for the entirety of the run-in. Gets himself some minutes to start the new campaign. He will be hoping to impress the way that Price did. Ma giving it to Angelatos. Maybe he might have some early work. Ben Chu with a very good read. And a tidy clearance. At the moment, Fitzroy holding firm. Irwin. For Noah Ma. Trying to shift his way beyond the yellow wall. Irwin once again, Angelatos, whose touch was heavy, and invited Chu and Wickett as well. Chu picked his pocket in the end, then gave it to Wickett. Allen's all on his own, wanted to shift it back. Nepomuceno thought about it, nearly sold Angelatos, then gave it back to Allen. Nepomuceno speared it on for Wickett. With Javaro Nepomuceno down that line again for Allen. Chu now on the switch. Allen. Nepomuceno. Wicket's peeled away. Nepomuceno! Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! A gorgeous Javaro Nepomuceno finish. Cut inside and whipped it into the far corner with interest.
Scintillating. The only way to describe that finish from Javaro Nepomuceno. So much precision, so much power, so much pace on the ball, yet so much precision. Maliaros well beaten. And Arku, all they can really do, Ethan, is just tuck in and absorb these repeat overhand punches from the Tigers, who look unrelenting.
Galper. Allen hot on the press. They are certainly in the mood to make early headway. Maliaros gave Angelatos a hot one. Filio picked his pocket. Angelatos pulled him back.
Ooh.
Fitzroy protests, firmly ignored. Angelatos gave it, got it back from Noah Ma. Wickett went to press him. Galper tried to steer it beyond Filio, but couldn't.
Well, that was said by Gabriel Zeballos. If you're a Fitzroy person, you might agree. Of course, Ethan and I impartial, but all considered.
Leong, can he lead a counter? Francis Ma's got room. Looks to be feeling all right as well. Gradelli, that's a brilliant challenge. Hooked it away, only as far as Noah Ma, who took a tidy touch. Leong, back for Ma. Galper was given room and then had it whisked away from him by Wickett. Galper didn't give up on it. Allen wanted Filio. Francis Ma in retreat. Did well to tidy up. Leong. Ma. Lovely return for Leong, who got the final touch. Gradelli took a loose one, and in the end found Chu ever so coolly. Chu wanted to fire it to Filio, but only found touch.
The keeper put Chu under pressure there. Gradelli, he certainly put Chu under some pressure. Though his pass was fizzed out of play, Filio nearly getting a touch. Almost unnecessary.
Chu with a much more measured ball from Allen this time. Couldn't cut inside Ma, who's got Galper up with him. Francis Ma sat Chu down and rolled it for Leong. Allen on the block.
Allen's worn that. He has certainly worn that, Allen, in the crown jewels. The poor bloke is... It's comical if you see it happen to somebody, but I can assure you there's nothing funny about that. Gabriel Zeballos reckons he felt it, and well, he's not the only one. Josh Allen has become the talking point, Ethan, considering the Fitzroy number 2 is firmly clutching. And let's say downstairs. Our thoughts firmly with him. He looks like he's in pain.
Never a fun one. That's a lovely ball from Filio in the meantime. Found Chu, who wanted Parthamos. He was arriving and then pulled Noah Marr back.
Still worried about Allen, to be honest, guys. He has not gotten up yet. We're keeping an eye on him behind the bench. Javaro realises what we're doing. Well, you just got to worry for him, really. He looks like he's in a world of pain.
Certainly hit firmly. Josh Allen wore it right where you don't want to wear it.
Bodies are hitting the deck, left, right and centre in here. Chu before, now it's Galper. Still Allen. This contest trying to find some voice, Ethan, in all honesty. It's hit that stage where the die has been cast. The big court. Of course, we're no strangers to it now, that of Series Futsal. On the small court back in Thomastown, you could argue that it's a lot easier for teams to be defensive. Hume were very good under Mo Tanker in tucking in and really forcing teams like Fitzroy and Moreland to play out of their skin and find the opening to score. But all considered, Aku were competitive for some time in this one, but right now, Ethan, consolation's really all they can strive for. As bodies continue to hit the deck, this time it's Filio.
Marcus Fernandez let his frustration boil over towards Filio with that one too. Pepe seems to be all right. Parthamos, Russo. Fitzroy still searching for another. Perhaps you have a Josh Allen update for us.
He's still in a lot of pain. Seb Wickett is telling us that, well, part of his body might not be with him anymore. And, well, Ethan's lost his composure. I'm trying not to, but he's still on the deck. Josh Allen, all 6'3" of him. Luong must have really lined him up. And considering how close they were before the shot was taken, well, there's no real surprises. They're still keeping an eye on him out on the Fitzroy bench. The match almost secondary right now, Ethan. But there's still moments that could happen, mind you. Parthamos upon his return. Filio upon his debut. And Galatos and Galbert much the same. If they can find some personal footnotes to this one. It's Aiden Chachi walking in. Of course, Albion Chachi spent some of the Euro summer out in his native Albania. He might have alluded to perhaps some scouting activities for Pasco Vale. Might have been tongue-in-cheek. Might have been an ominous warning sign, but of course they will look to line up tonight against Thornbury. Give them a real introduction to life in Series Futsal.
Well, Jarin with a rather high foot on that occasion. It came to Francis Marr. And of course the late kick-off. Thornbury United Series Futsal debut. Up against Pasco Vale, who are now in phase 3 of the project. And maybe, well, they'll certainly be hoping that third time is the charm. Here's Galper. Fernandez. On for Irwin. It's up again.
Confirmation on Josh Allen. He's up. He's got his bib off. I think he'll soldier on. He's a man made of steel.
Parthamos with loft. Wanted Peluso. Galper flicked it. Fernandez couldn't keep it in. Adam Palombi braced for impact.
It's right in front of us. That could have gone anywhere.
Well, Jarin's side ball. Parthamos on for Russo. Here is Elias Parthamos. How he would love a homecoming goal. Face to face with Irwin. Gave it to Russo instead, who's got around Francis Marr. Fernandez wanted to shut the door while Jarin dropped in. Parthamos. Risky for Russo. Made it work. That one slightly less measured, but Irwin's touch was too heavy.
Not bad from Marku. Kumu acknowledges his team. High press works.
Credelli went long. Peluso wasn't best pleased about that. Galper was given a shove from Christian Peluso, perhaps in frustration. Lucky free kick. Irwin on for Fernandez. Down the line for Francis Marr. And a tidy touch away from Jarin, but Unfortunately, it only allowed Russo to see it out.
A few debuts tonight, of course. In the next two matches in particular, we'll look to focus on Nam Pham, who's just controlled the ball to touch it back onto the court. For those playing, spent a lot of time with Western City, quite the decorated player for what was a stalwart club for their time in the competition. Of course, they're no more now, but Nam Pham has continued on along with Dewey Nguyen. Ethan, keep a firm eye on what they can do. Two serious ballers.
Dewey Nguyen, of course, fresh as well off ripping up the championship with Western City. 17 goals on their way to a title. Fernandez, Irwin tried to give it to Galper, instead only found Gridelli. Wicket round the corner for Waljarin, who's lost out to Francis Marr. Chu with a tidy challenge, it's 3-on-1. Peluso and Wicket up with him. It's Christian Peluso who was forced to check back. Galper wanted to stand him up, he took a slide. Peluso tried to find Chu. Fernandez might now go the other way, while Jarin stood firm. And Galper was in too firmly on Ben Chu.
Fast, ferocious futsal. It's not slowing down anytime soon.
Fitzroy pouring forward. Peluso beyond one, beyond two. And then it took Irwin to bring him down.
It's opened up now the game. It's no longer cagey from an Aku standpoint. They're pressing up high and leave themselves open at the back. Peluso's really feeling it. Kumu has a timeout in his hand. He's gone straight to the fourth official. You'd assume it'll happen straight after this Waljarin free kick.
Sako Waljarin on the long run. Maliaros with a good save. A solid pair of hands to push it away for a corner. Fitzroy searching for their 8th on what would really be a statement win on opening night. Peluso couldn't shift away from Fernandez, who did brilliantly. Went to battle with Wicket, won it back, and Kiwimu will have his time out. Fitzroy have well and truly flown away in the second half, and they lead Melbourne Aku 7-1.
ที่ต้องมีครับใน ตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรา
We return from timeout in the second half. Fitzroy 7-1 up against the Melbourne Aku side, who started brightly, but since then have slightly fizzled out on opening night. Might they maybe just have one more spark to take with them. Fernandez not beyond Waljarin. Might be Adam Palombi's first time seeing the new graphics. Those of you watching at home, be well acquainted with them through the playoffs. He's a fan. Fernandez with fizz wins a corner.
Delicious. Simply delicious.
Fernandez again trying to rattle it. Owen! It took a touch. They are certainly trying to just reduce the damage at the moment, Kiwimu's side. On a night which thus far has not exactly gone their way. Galper. Owen. While Jarin did brilliantly. Saka while Jarin bearing down. Maliaros did superbly. Owen and ran himself back into trouble.
Not Irwin's best moment. He knew while Jarin was going to get right around him for pace. Did the number 4. And once while Jarin was away, Irwin only could put a foot out and hope. Saka broke the challenge. And once Irwin had rekindled, he cleared the ball out for a throw-in.
The one thing, of course, that he won't want, QEMU, just mentioning on it, is a red card. And that challenge certainly looked like it could have been a nasty one had it landed. From Connor Irwin.
Good ball.
That's more of the best of him. And Galatos forced a good save from Gradelli.
Now smashing ball from Irwin. The way he let the ball just roll in towards Angelatos. And Fitzroy have made 4 changes. Whole new squad's come on. Cozzy Russo has the fly kit on, mind you, Ethan. As we try to decipher exactly the reason why. Doesn't that paint a picture on their intent this season? There's a big, big sound coming from the north of town. It's the sound of the mighty Tigers.
It's Filio. Quick 1-2 with Nepomuceno. And that big, big sound certainly bustling its way down Brunswick Street as they win a corner. Cozzy Russo in the fly. We saw it towards the back end of last season. They did run with it from the off against Hart on a couple of occasions, but something they're very well versed in. Filio, Nepomuceno for Rogan, who couldn't apply the finishing touch.
They're looking for it. They wanted it. Couldn't find it this time around, but they'll continue to crave it.
Galper, no way round his former Western United teammate in Elias Parthamos.
It's not going to stop. Fly remains activated.
Filio. Switched it on for Rogan, who's got Russo down the line. Filio was arriving. Rogan, Parthamos, Nepomuceno. Quickly back for Elias Parthamos. Fitzroy just taking their time. That's a brilliant ball. Speared it for Russo, took it well. Parthamos, Filio. That time with too much heat.
Nearly. Lunging. They move it quicker and quicker each time, Ethan.
Parthamos with a tidy touch. Filio's got him, you know. Elias Parthamos tried to go the chip. Maliaros got a touch, and Owen hooked it away. Might that have been his homecoming moment? He may get another. He's waiting for Cosimo Russo. Nepomuceno. This time does find Russo. Parthamos, Filio. Rogan. Placed it back for Parthamos. Filio again. Down the line for Nepomuceno. Terrifically worked. And Angelatos with an all-important block. Parthamos once again. Filio. Fitzroy just taking their time. Rogan, Russo. Aku unable to create any challenges. Filio with depth. And Rogan couldn't turn it in. And in fact, the net is momentarily vacant, and Gradelli's going to go into the book for entering from the wrong part.
Cozzy Russo's not happy about it. The official remains stern, but a card issued to Gradelli.
Gives Aku an opportunity, maybe, to get one back for themselves.
Heathens. Something about them.
Galper. Nepomuceno hot on the heavy touch. Noamar. Back for Fernandez, who's pressed by Filio. Slid it into Galpa. Nepomuceno with the hands down. Galpa's wriggled away from two. Fernandez has steered it in terrifically. That is a tidy finish from Marcus Fernandez with composure and deftness. Chips off another.
Captain's contribution. You need somebody to stand up no matter what the score might be. Fernandez does exactly what a good captain should. It's lead by example. Heaps of composure was enough to get his name on the score sheet.
Rogan. Fitzroy looking, having conceded to reinstate the buffer that they had. And here is Scott Rogan once again. Filio tried to turn it away. Fernandez fancies another go, you know. He's hat-trick hunting. Rogan was sliding to prevent it.
Play of the night defensively from Scott Rogan. Fernandez ignited down broadcast side. Going so quickly, like a cheetah almost, mind you. And Rogan, his positioning with the slide was fantastic. Blocked the shot.
Galpa. Around the corner for Noah Marr. Rogan hot on the press. Marr did well to hold him off. Found Fernandez. Galpa. Again, just inviting Rogan with a loose touch. Angelatos. Parthamos hot on the press now this time round. Fernandez wriggled away from Allen. And away from Rogan. Marcus Fernandez! It was blocked by Nepomuceno, and it had to be. Noah Marr, the one to recycle. Javaro Nepomuceno just preventing the spectacular. Galpa back for Fernandez, who wants to go the long way around. Nepomuceno, who showed him out of play.
Firm but fair. Nepomuceno. Fernandez frustrated. This game just ticking along. Anticipation building for the Black Army's debut this season up against Northern Phoenix. For so long they've been around. They were at F League last year, mind you. Nick Parthamos makes his return to the club. And the former SFV commissioner, that of Joe Akon, is now a series futsal manager. A firm eye on that's to come shortly. But it's got game of the night written all over it.
As Allen gets the return. Maliaros with another good save down low. And he just had all the spice of two previous playoff series as well. These clubs have got a history. Another chapter of it will be penned this evening. That's a lovely ball from Parthamos for wicket, who just wanted somebody to arrive onto it. Nobody quite obliged him. For Melbourne Aku, it's never an easy first fixture, is it? When you come up against one of the sides who will be competing for the title and who now, in fact, are going to take a timeout. So we'll come back to the question that I had for you, Adam. On the other side of it, Fitzroy have been at their ferocious best, and they lead Aku by 7-2.
มาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
We return from timeout for the final time tonight. Fitzroy have been at their imperious best so far. Aku, who have had a rough one on opening night, have clawed a couple back to their credit, but now are just wanting to avoid the concession of more to the end of this game. Wickets done terrifically to keep that. Parthamos. Does he want one? To take one with him on his homecoming, his second debut as a Tiger. Around the corner for Nepomuceno. Parthamos again. Had room, wicket. Parthamos got it on the return. And they'll have a corner instead. Staying with the numbers high. Nepomuceno. Russo. Wicket. Not around Maliaros. Leong's picked it up. Leong has gone from quite a distance.
Not far at all, was it? It was rolling, it was rolling, it was nearly true. And he was centimetres away, Ethan, from a downtown goal.
Parthamos. Over to Russo. Tried to find Allen. Cosimo Russo at the start of that sequence. Gave his best Rory Delap. Francis Mars giving it away. Wickets picked it up. Tried to find Nepomuceno. Parthamos with precision for Allen. They're waiting on Russo. Angelatos did well just to hold it up.
And right off your screen right now, a quick footnote or side note rather to what we're seeing between Ako and Fitzroy. Joe Akon having quite the team talk with his Phoenix troops.
Parthamos tried to rattle it goalwards. Noamar, this time from distance. It's better. It's good. It's another for Aku. And Noamar, improvised but perfect, made the most of it.
That's all you can do. That's all Noamar had the chance of doing. And it was done true from inside his own defensive half. Placement personified to perfection. The number 22 gets his own accolade in tonight's contest.
Nepomuceno on for Allen, back for Parthamos, and Aku, who was 7-1 down with 10 minutes to go, are now within 4. Nepomuceno, Russo off the post, Nepomuceno smashes it in to the roof of the net to take one with him for the road.
All Cosy Russo that goal. The ball to find Nepomuceno, absolutely stupid in quality, so much of it. And although on the follow-up he hit the post, Nepomuceno made no mistake from point-blank range. The Tigers happy to add another to the tally.
Maybe a much-needed boost to the goal difference, but you're taking a minor chip up until that point. Noamar, back for Leong. Francis Marr will have the final touch, but Fitzroy will have the final say. The gauntlet has been laid down early. The Tigers on opening night at their terrific best. It has all come together. No homecoming goal for Elias Parthamos, maybe the only sour note on a night of Fitzroy ferocity, on a night where the early pace has been set. Full time in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 8, Melbourne Aku 3.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็
When you look at Hume and Northern Phoenix on their head-to-head battles throughout the years, you think back to the first time they locked horns. It was in playoffs. Last year, in the second season, the go-home show at Thomastown, where Hume humiliated their counterparts. You think back to the most recent playoffs. This year, only 6 months after that said humiliation, the Northern Phoenix went and got a number back against their now esteemed foe and find themselves in the promised land of Series Futsal Victoria competition in the men's league. They've turned it completely around the side in teal. They'll kick things off. Adam Plomby and Ethan Rigg on the call for your match of the round. It's Northern Phoenix up against the Black Army Hume FC.
It was a brilliant playoff series when these two met last time. And their first meeting in Series Futsal looks to add another chapter to this esteemed rivalry. And we'll take you through the lineups. Tyler Lewis, who's made the move back to Phoenix from Western United, starts in goal. Gio Stellitano, Joseph Toma, Julian Vu and Christian Cavallo are all Northern Phoenix's first starting lineup in Series Futsal. And for the Black Army, Gabrielle Murray is in goal. Imran Turkman, Ubade Cicek has the captain's armband. Omer Turkmen and Yanni Pira, who made the move over from Fitzroy before the playoffs, starts for Hume.
Gabrielle Murray, of course, comes across from Queensland, the goalkeeper. Hume continuing with just having that interstate quality grace our courts. Although Alan Kolak is not in the building, Nico Ignatiadis and Mo Temel lead their side on the touchline. Joe Atkins, accompanied by Salman Mohammed, joins from Western United. There was some talk perhaps of a move elsewhere, although Sully, as his friends like to call him, finds himself alongside Ben Cullen and company for the Northern Phoenix as Murray's come a fair way downtown. Gave us a momentary fright on the booth as he heads away. The goalkeeper, Ethan, already showcasing he likes to get off his line and be that touch more proactive.
He certainly does. Similar to Vassos Kartambis in the way that both are very good at sweeping up. So Hume clearly have a profile of a shot stopper they want.
Vu in the phone box, working. Pira over the top, trying to find Turkman. Ubadi Cicek with the armband on tonight for the Black Army, donning new kits also. Not sure what's happened in the space of 6 weeks, but everybody in the competition's up the ante on the Guernsey front as Lewis was grounded. He got the ball cleared as Omar Turkman goes up and high and not very handsome. Toma, formerly of St. George Bulls. Vu, Stellitano, measured for Toma on the angle. Murray makes a reaction save. Turkman on a journey. Cicek got the ball away to Pira. Trying to find the lateral option was the captain. Vu clattered him from behind, Ethan, prompting Cicek to have a chat to the official on broadcast side.
He wasn't best pleased about that bit of contact to Ubade Cicek, but it was tidy work from Imran Turkman just to get himself out of a teal tangle and get that ball through. So it shows that Hume are looking to be brave and break the Phoenix press.
Cavallo was so influential in the second playoff. So was Stellitano, who has the ball roll out of play. Murray digs it up and over the shoulders of Yanni Pira and out of play deep in Northern Phoenix's defensive half. 5-time SFV winner Tyler Lewis getting the ball rolling. Stellitano couldn't fork it towards Toma. Now Turkman's got a chance on goal. Lewis with a quick deal to that shot, if you will. He was spilling a little bit. Was able to claim in the end and have the ball under his spell.
Imran Turkman's made a very tidy start to this game. That challenge on Cavallo, another good one to hold it up. You feel as though where Phoenix took the initiative in the second leg of that playoff, Hume wants to do what they did in the first. And one player on the bench at the moment to watch out for, David Jacob, got 4 goals in the first leg for Hume and has looked lively since arriving.
Cicek trying to disrupt Vu, and Toma's into play. Toma, lots of tape around his right knee. The number 9, just a bit of a shrug of his head, Ethan, as he jostles back towards Cicek in the pivot. Turkman out of court on the opposite side. Somewhat a bit of a cagey start to this game. And Ethan, you were in the prime position on commentary in the playoff, both in the first and second legs. That second match, an unbelievable scoreline in the end.
Ridiculous. 10-9 on the night, 14-13 on aggregate. And it was a twisty-turny game. You just never knew what was going to happen. Every time some team got a breathe, it would be clawed back.
Stellitano earns possession. Ball ricochets off Yanni Pira. Toma slows down the attack, goes back to Tyler Lewis. Lewis wasn't really sure what to do, just wait long and hoped. Murray claimed, and now Turkman finds Omar. Protests for a handball, falls silent. Stellitano linking with Carvalho. It's been the real duo so far. Yanni Pira, bit of space for him to infiltrate. Shot kept rising as it went over the crossbar.
Just leaned back on it at the last minute. Yanni Pira, it looked like he stretched to meet the ball initially and then just gets too far under it, but it's better from Hume. The way that they worked their way through Phoenix there, they picked up on Stellitano immediately and were able to hit the flanks.
And here is Stellitano. Turkman does really well on broadcast side. Went through the gates of both Toma and Lewis, but the post denying Hume of their opening goal.
Wonderful work from Turkman. Picked Stellitano's pocket and then drove it. I'm sure he expected Tyler Lewis to have it covered at his front post. Went through his legs onto the woodwork. Phoenix with another let-off.
Montroy nearly ready to come on as Stellitano's getting busy in the pivot. Toma. Vu's at the back post. Mubasha Dustizada takes charge. Jakub in support. Dustizada not able to find a teammate. Vu cleaned up. The official sounds their whistle.
Just a late one from Hamza Suede. Both went for the ball. Vu won it. And then Suede just collected him in the end. Nothing too sinister.
Hume with a complete new lineup, looking for some freshness in this contest. Hamza Suede, Mubasha Dustizada, Reset Kawuglu, and David Jakub on court right now. Phoenix remaining unchanged. Lovely back heel for Suede. Takes it on his stride. Lewis had to get down low. Corner Hume. Suede coming short, so was Kawuglu. Hamza Suede took a stab. Second attempt over the crossbar, but that was Hume's best passage, Ethan.
Definitely was. They carved their way through Phoenix, and that's a brilliant save down low from Tyler Lewis. It was arrowing towards the bottom corner. He got himself across quickly, pushed it away for a corner, and then on the second was alert to it as well.
Toma. Christian Carvalho tries to measure it for Toma. And Murray got the last touch on that. Knew the second he'd done so. Corner for Northern Phoenix. Stellitano deflection. Corner again. Toma rolls for Stellitano, who strikes along the deck. Suede strolling forward. Goes the more composed option, finds Reset Kawuglu. Dustizada twisting, turning. Had the ball on a string for a moment. Suede. Kawuglu, back heel for Suede once more. Gets around Toma. Suede. Queuing up in the centre was Jakub. Tyler Lewis never cleared. Toma had to hack it away. Hume really starting to build, Ethan.
Hamza Suede does superbly there as well. Just drifts away from Toma effortlessly. Tyler Lewis had to come and close the angle, but then it was loose, it was anybody's. Suede reacted the quickest, but for Toma, he positioned himself well enough to be able to close the shot.
Murray's come a long way and read it supremely well. He took a shot. The goalkeeper's remaining inside the attacking half. That's the aggressive way he likes to play as Suede was dispossessed. He had to take the shirt, which was strolling beyond him. And the Phoenix bench nearly onto the pitch, Ethan.
They're not happy about it. Hamza Suede goes in the book for his troubles. He had to do it. He had to do it at the end of the day. It's cynical, it's tactical, but otherwise, Phoenix were in.
A tactical foul opted by Suede as a shot came in from Cavallo. Corner again for Northern Phoenix. A nice start to this game. Yakub cuts off the pass, keeps the ball alive. Isolated Yakub, bounces off a couple of shirts in teal. Stellatano has the composure. Toma flicking in behind. Murray comes a long way, takes the game on the goalkeeper. Stellatano wasn't sure where the ball had gone. Yakub back for Suede. This game too hot to handle right now, Ethan. The intensity's off the charts.
It's been a brilliant start from both of these teams. The futsal has been as frenetic as it was in the playoffs, and Murray's taking risks as well.
Kuoglu on the angle. Cavallo with the block. He is taking risks, isn't he, Murray? A gambling man, you'd assume he might be. As Suede inside the box, holding things up. Angle got tighter. The side of the net ripples. Such a feeling in this one. As Jaden Watson enters the mix. It's handy. It's going to work somehow. It's been played at such a pace, Ethan. The ball ricocheting almost out the stadium.
You can see with these two teams as well, there is no love lost from the two playoffs, and they have that sharpness of teams who only played a fortnight ago. You can see it in them. They're both playing at such a quick pace.
As Murray rolls for Dustizada. Kuoglu. Hamza Chandab. Haven't seen him in some time. Great to see him back on court. Was involved with him for the playoffs, of course, but had his SFE campaign last season. Not as fluent. As Murray's gone right down the middle. Dustizada on the lunge. Tyler Lewis wanted to go quickly. Couldn't do so in time as Stellatano had his pocket picked by Reset Kuoglu. Lewis gets it rolling. Watson. Stellatano. Ball just evades out of the playing lines, and Hume will be back in possession. So just for those at home, Liam Zacharias is in the number 12 Guernsey, which on Weavroth reads as Darcy Skopolides'. Skopolides'? We'll roll with it for now. Yakub. Turkmen. Ubidi Cicek. Back for Turkmen. The first goal, Ethan, in this game, so important, you feel?
Absolutely. With the way and the pace that this game's been played at, having the upper hand is so important. You feel it could be cagey throughout the night. Chances are not going to be clean cut, but they will be coming quickly. So whoever can take them, it's the most important thing.
As Anthony Brown had a flight. Not the officials looking after the commentators, keeping us energised. And we've been awarded a coffee, Ethan. Not like we needed one. As Cicek rolls it through, Chandab was the target. Lewis hacks it forward. Turkmen stunts the ball's progression. Brown has the strength. One-on-one with Cicek. And in the end, it will be a free kick for Northern Phoenix.
Might be because of the first foul rather than the second for Ubidi Cicek there. Brown did well to shield it, tried to bustle his way forward. Instead finds Stellatano to give it a rattle. But at the moment, you really feel that this game is cagey. You feel the importance of every single possession, every single passage that's going on, because neither of these two sides are wanting to give an inch.
Vu, Stellatano, down the line. Phoenix just not being allowed by Hume at the minute to play down the centre. Pira Cicek. Comes a Chandab. Not able to keep the ball alive. Brown. Stellatano. Remaining on court. Vu. Yanni Pira with a heavy press. He might win the ball here, Yanni Pira. Twisting, turning. Hits the post as Cicek on the follow-up. It's Yanni Pira off the back of Stellatano. And out of play in the end by Cicek. Hume so close, Ethan, but they couldn't seem to just knock the door down.
They will be wondering how that didn't find the net. Pira did wonderfully on the press to win it back. It fell invitingly for Cicek, and then for Pira once more. Cicek reacted the quickest, but they couldn't turn any in.
Chandab trying to make a mess of what Stellatano had done. And in the end, Hume have another side possession deep in their offensive half. They're in a corner. It's getting tense more and more as the game continues on. Hume sensing the opportunity. Turkman. Rolling inside. Yanni Pira. Phoenix pressing up high. That was the call from out of their manager, Joe. And the press this time around was successful.
One of the big outs for Phoenix tonight, Jonathan Sapina. Spent so much time at South Melbourne last season, an important part of them, and in the playoffs came up huge for this Northern Phoenix team. His link up with Stellatano in particular is always one which provides a lot of promise for this Phoenix side. So it'll be interesting to see how they go without his ability to hold the ball up. At the moment, you can sense that they are just lacking that calming presence.
And that's the second consecutive game this evening where somebody's crown jewels have been impeded. Watson on this occasion might have copped an involuntary foot from Cicek in that area as Brown favours his left. Stellatano. Vu controls it nicely. Back to Lewis. Goes long, too long. Now to play.
That's much better from Hume when it comes to the press. They're not allowing Phoenix to breathe. They censored the set play. Did not go how Northern Phoenix wanted to from that side ball. And immediately you see Cicek, you see Pira, and you see them all step up.
Yanni Pira, brilliant idea for Chandab. The magician trying to refine his best form. He's quite the player in Season 1 last year for Altona. Reunites rather, with his former manager of Nico Gnadiadis. Lots of history between them two. As Brown sends it up and high and out of play.
Phoenix have just lost the momentum that they built in the first 5 minutes. Hume at the moment are looking the more likely side of taking the lead, and it's because they're just taking more care of the ball.
Seamless the pass from Yanni Pira for Ubidi Cicek. Watson clears. Phoenix under pressure right now. Yanni Pira for Turkman. Turkman once more. Just concedes possession. Vu for Brown for Stellatano. Ball not going out of play completely yet. Cicek heavy on the press with Brown trying to make something of it. Will be Lewis's ball.
Tyler Lewis actually did really well there because Brown wasn't quite aware of the fact that Cicek was encroaching on him and gaining ground to try and pick his pocket. So by having that communication and having that vision, they're able to turn what could have been a bit of a perilous situation into a more favourable one.
Lewis, too long again. That's becoming rather frequent from the shot stopper. His distribution not on song yet tonight as Murray, the complete opposite, found it for Pira. Came together with Lewis as he goes long. Out comes Murray. Collides with that of Watson. He remains on the deck. Vu runs into Cicek. Stellatano waits for his cavalry to get back up on their feet. Toma for Vu. Gets it back. Imran Turkman takes charge. Finds Cicek. Went the instinctive. He's back towards goal, but nearly found the opener.
What a ball. What a ball that is from Imran Turkmen. Just split the Phoenix defence wide open. Cicek got improvised and nearly, ever so nearly, got perfect again. But Hume are really knocking on the door. When they slow Phoenix down and they open up, that's where the opportunities are.
Toma. Stilitano has an opportunity. Murray has the save. Those in teal now sensing their opportunity from the corner. They'll try again. Vu chipping away our Phoenix. It's their third successive corner. Toma on the edge of the area. Deflecting ball. Yanni Pira strolling forward in numbers of Hume. Back post is Cicek. Yanni Pira keeps the ball alive. Toma rectifies the situation well.
Excellent. Absolutely excellent from Toma to close the door on Pira. First to show him down the line instead of give him the easy central route, and then to starve him of a clear ball back to keep the attack going.
Thornbury and Pasco Vale just start to trickle into the arena. A firm eye on this game. Cavallo. Toma nearly turned away from Cicek and would have had a sighting on goal.
He's looked lively so far. Toma, such an important piece for them in the playoffs. Just his ability to take the ball on the turn ever so deftly was something that got them out of a lot of situations.
Murray, utilising his playing ability, goes long. Vu, ball doesn't hit the roof. Jakub controlled it. He'll protest the back pass, Jakub. Lewis will claim and go long. And again, it's been tonight, Ethan, an issue for Tyler Lewis. He's just been overcooking his distribution.
Hasn't found his range yet, has he? Tyler Lewis, he's had a lot of lobs that have gone too long when Phoenix have looked to go direct.
Stilitano's a golden opportunity to fire Northern Phoenix's first goal in SFV competition, in which he does.
And it's a gift for Stilitano, which he graciously accepts. Hume give it away poorly, takes a ricochet out to Phoenix's number 8, who goes for height, goes for placement and places it perfectly.
And perfect placement it had to be, as Cavallo! A quick fire double from Northern Phoenix, and they find themselves 2 to the good.
Blistering hit from Cavallo, picks up on another loose Hume ball and crashes it in. Phoenix have got 2 in a matter of seconds, and a game that Hume looked like they might have been in control of. Right now, they've got a lot of work to do.
Straight from kickoff. Sweetly struck by Cavallo off his left. And they're not done yet, the Phoenix. Thomas stings the palms of Murray.
Hume won a timeout as well. Phoenix are looking to ensure they go into it 3 down. They've just got to hold firm, the Black Army.
Vu for Toma. Their best passage yet. The side in possession as they manufacture a side ball just inside their attacking half. The idea, Ethan, was there for Vu, the movement going the opposite direction. As we will cross to our first timeout in this one, issued by the Black Army. Hume were in control at one stage, although not on the scoreboard. Northern Phoenix went bang, and they went bang again, and find themselves 2 to the good after a quick fire double. We're going to cross to our first timeout break of your match of the round between Northern Phoenix and Hume FC.
เก็บวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมอะครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
A large roar from the Northern Phoenix. As play will resume for Hume deep inside their defensive half. 2 to the good. Other side in teal. A quick fire double. And it all happened in such a quick flurry.
Like you said earlier, blink and you'd miss it. Phoenix scored the first through a gift, which Stellatano accepted the second with a superb goal. A cracking Cavallo strike. For a game that's been relatively cagey, it's the first real time it opened up and Phoenix took the chances.
It's a lot better from the keeper, Tyler Lewis. And Toma fires true beyond Murray. Lewis congratulates the goal scorer, Toma. The keeper with the assist. They go from one end to the other. And Phoenix have hit 3.
Tidy finish from Toma, who kept with it on the second attempt. It was just too hot to handle for Murray.
Imran Turkman not around Toma. And the Phoenix bench, Ethan, each time they win a 1%er, whether it's a player that's been taken on, a slide challenge, a shot on goal, they're up, and they're up with voice.
It's a team full of passion, led by Joe Akon as well. Suleiman Mohammed, maybe a more reserved character. Benjamin Cullen, also not afraid to have a couple of words, but you can feel how badly they want to be here.
Imran Turkman hits Lewis. The Hume number 5 will jostle across to take the corner. Swade came short. Vu heads away. Kawuglu. Zacharias will have a side ball. Toma. Chipping for Zacharias. It's a nice ball to Murray. Used the space well, but couldn't find a teammate. And that's the way the keeper in blue likes to play, Ethan. He comes off his line, and he wants to play somebody.
It's high risk, high reward. When the options aren't presenting like they weren't there, that's where he gets himself into trouble. Because he wants to go ever so quickly, and he wants to kickstart the attack from the very back. It's a fast-paced, high-octane style of goalkeeping. It works when the options are there. When it doesn't, it plays them into pressure.
Hume just struggling at the minute. They have all the arsenal on their bench and on the court to turn this around, mind you. They're lacking rhythm right now, but, well, they have the blocks to mount a comeback, as we've seen them do before. Stustizada with Vu. Imran Turkman looking a bit gingerly after that coming together. And he won't soldier on. So Hamza Chandab on in his place. Motemel with a look towards out of Imran Turkman. Ethan, did you catch what might have happened there to him?
Might have been a nasty landing mixed in with the collision in that challenge as well with Vu, who went to clear the ball. It shouldn't be too serious, but it might be a nasty one to wear. If there isn't a pre-existing injury, we hope he should continue, but we'll keep you updated.
Chandab holding things up as the pivot away to Dustizada. Who's got Hume with a side ball. Kawuglu. Dustizada thought about striking. Gets it back from that of Chandab. Bouncing ball. Handball protests in the mix. Hamza Swade with a stab at goal again. Julian Vu, desperation defending. Saved it with his body. As Swade. He fired, but just wide of Tyler Lewis.
Tidy from Hume. Much better than the last 5 minutes have given for them. You see that pressure and you see the emphasis on not letting Phoenix out come back. Hamza Swade used as the player to recycle from as that anchor, and he did a rather good job.
Kawuglu does really well to acrobatically have the ball cleared. Swade. Measured ball for Kawuglu. Just too much on it. The idea a lot more positive, as we've noticed, out of their former manager, Mo Tanker, watching on. Although not involved with the club on a managerial level, still enjoys watching a club he'd spent so much time at. As Swade, ball rolls, trying to get around Zacharias. Swade's done really well to find Chandab. Toma got in the way. Stellatano, bit risky. And in fact, too risky in the end as he went lateral for Toma, who went out of play.
Just too hot to handle, that ball from Stellatano. Out to Toma, who did terrifically to read that play and to get himself in the way to make the block initially. But then Phoenix played themselves into trouble. Instead of just taking the easy option, they try and be too precise, and it comes back to hurt them.
Chandab with Toma. Hume just simmering. Cicek. Stelatano blocks. Kawuglu, no look pass, blocked off. Cavallo trying to barnstorm his way through. Toma just out of space in the end on the far side. As Cicek. Cavallo caught in possession. Dustizada has it rolled away from Chandab.
That's the only real issue that Hume have had so far. When they've been in transition like that, when you win the ball in the middle of court, they haven't been able to slide a ball through that puts Phoenix under a lot of pressure and gives them a clean look at Tyler Lewis, who himself is having some distribution issues.
Lewis routinely claims. Stelatano and Cicek getting acquainted. Lewis cuddles the ball almost to make sure it's his. Goes long for Watson. He's competing in a one-on-one battle with Chandab. Yanni Pira not around Toma. Possession, just trading hands fluently at the minute. Stelatano takes charge. Chandab wins on this occasion. Yanni Pira stunting his run. Toma having a glimpse, awaiting the reinforcements as Cicek closes out the space.
Good press from Cicek because Toma just had Watson peeling away. Murray had gone to go and press Stelatano, who had just gone down the flank, so it opened up the room for Phoenix again to exploit the fact that Hume's keeper likes a venture.
Stelatano caught in possession nearly. Chandab put a foot in. Toma confronted it with his chest. Yanni Pira isolated. Awaiting the cavalry, went solo, forcing a save out of the keeper, Lewis.
Good save. Very good save from Tyler Lewis. It's a decent height for him. It's a handy one, but he does well to watch the shot all the way through. A little bit of late movement, and he pushes it wide.
Chandab's corner. Decisive ball for Ressa Kawuglu, who puts the game back on terms for Hume. They've clawed a goal back in this one.
Great goal. Great goal from Kawuglu. Took it well. The ball from Chandab was superb. And Phoenix, they wanted a timeout anyway. Not the way they would have gone into it, but they get what they want.
As we head to the timeout, the score reads 3-1 in favour of the Northern Phoenix. Hume clawing one back right as we issue a timeout break. Play resumes following the timeout. Hume have clawed one back. Still working, getting things up and running with the graphics as Tyler Lewis heads away. Came out the goalkeeper to clear. Hume told by Nico Knightitis to keep working. Chandab Yanni Pira getting in the way. Murray. Cicek controls it nicely. Imran Turkman bouncing ball. Carvalho will see it out of play.
It's a good start from Hume. Just to regain a little bit of momentum. They got the goal back right on the brink of the Phoenix timeout. And you can just sense if they get one more before half-time, it lines us up for an incredibly tight and incredibly tense second half.
Turkman trying to twist around Watson. Time a real factor in this first half. Cicek in his stride. Watson and Omar Turkman come together. David Yakub ready to just re-interject into this one. Has the bib off, wants to get right into the mix. Lewis. Lofting long. Stellatano will claim it. Might have bounced off a head on its way through. And in fact, it has.
Took a final touch off Cicek, who went up, didn't think that there was no runners in mind. He thought Stellatano had gone beyond. So a little bit of a tricky one for Hume to give away.
Cavallo scored a brilliant goal to get Northern Phoenix 2 goals to the good. Can score from distance. Lewis, questionable throw, although it favours Stellatano. Watson queued up, just got his footing incorrect at the pivotal moment. Not to be that time around, but it was a great bit of decision making from Stellatano to win the ball back.
It was terrific from Stellatano. Watson just takes a heavy touch and it kills a big chance for Phoenix to wrestle some momentum back.
Toma had done everything in that play perfectly, aside from the pivotal pass. It was seamless the way he got the ball off of Cicek. Strolled beyond him. Just too much on a play for Stellatano to latch onto. Toma. Stellatano open the scoring. Cavallo got a backheel away before he fell. Stellatano was cute. Cavallo for Watson. The chance is still there. And Watson will take it for Northern Phoenix. They lead by 3 goals again. 4-1 the score. A real playmaker's finish.
Serious desire from Cavallo is what makes this goal. Tidy footwork from Stellatano gets them out of a tight situation. But Cavallo just does not give up on it, keeps the pressure on, and eventually the opportunity opens up for Watson, who, having got his touch wrong and his foot wrong a minute ago, drills it under Murray and into the net.
And Hume look as if they're out of ideas. From kick-off, having got possession, it's now the 3rd consecutive time they've just not been sure what to do with the ball. Cicek's movement not exactly at its best. And it results in Phoenix getting the ball back as Stellatano fired it, hit his teammate Watson. Toma's been defensively sound. Brown had to be composed. Toma breezes beyond Yakub. Omar Turkman combines with Yakub. Toma backtracks. Cicek. Turkman. Trying to go around the man mountain of Toma, who's lunging, wins the ball somehow. Yakub with a stab at goal. The follow-up blocked. Hume getting very desperate. Turkman blocked by Stellatano, who wants to run, but he'll run out of play.
A real fighting, scrappy passage of futsal from both of these sides. Phoenix were clinging on for dear life there for a moment. Tyler Lewis with another tidy save. Toma's interventions have been so critical in this first half, but for Hume again, even when they tried to barge it, they couldn't find the net.
Yakub has 2 shirts to get around. Comes into that of the D. Ball cleared quickly. I'd love to know what Benjamin Cohen has in his bag as he runs out the arena. One of the assistants, of course, for Northern Phoenix. Spent a lot of time officiating series futsal. Now finds a new lease in futsal. And, of course, in the coaching realm as Lewis goes very long. Stellatano, lovely touch for Vu. Yanni Pira Cicek gets in the way of the ball intended for Jakub. Stellatano couldn't clear his lines. And for Stellatano, to quote him, it's been 10 seconds for 6 hours, bro. One of the many mysteries is the time right now left on the clock. And well, Ethan, unfortunately, we can't answer that question either.
No, we're unable to at the moment, unfortunately. We'd love to give Gio Stellatano a bit of a look as to how long is left. But at the moment, if you're Northern Phoenix, you don't want the first half to end with the way that they've played. They have Hume exactly where they want them right now.
Confirmation, we are inside the last 50 seconds of this first half. Cicek might have heard what we're saying about him before, Ethan, considering that ball was poised right towards and of Ethan Stone in the commentary position.
Might be the closest we've come to wearing one.
It will happen. It will have to happen, unfortunately or fortunately. There can be no fortune in it. And a complete misfortune. Nearing the dying embers of this quick-paced opening half. Can the Phoenix find one more as Vu twists away? Stellatano onto the back post. It's still there for Brown. Toma. Seconds bearing down. Stellatano. Onto his left. The cross will be blocked. A very late corner.
Well recycled by Brown just to keep the move alive for Phoenix. Toma was tidy and Stellatano does the right thing. Knows that the option inside is going to be close, so he guns it down the line and wins a corner.
Seconds ticking down. Brown. Imran Turkman bounces off Jakub. That's really summed up the first half for Hume, hasn't it, Ethan?
That's exactly what I was about to say. It just has not been the half that they were hoping for. Some changes will need to be run at the break if they are to claw themselves into this game. It does happen. First leg between these two. Hume were up 4-0 and it ended 4-4, so nothing is off the cards.
You feel like the Black Army will come out in the second half. All systems going, and that's what they'll have to do. It's been the side who have made their debut in Series Futsal Victoria, having the first half in which they would have dreamed of. They lead by 3 goals, a score 4-1 in favour of the Northern Phoenix. All to do for Hume as we cross to half-time for your match of the round on opening day of the Season 2 of the Men's Series Futsal League.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี 2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
Nick Ignatiadis in the halftime team talk, very vocal. To quote him, he was saying, if we're not going to put what we do in training into match day, there's no point in turning up. Stern words from the current Hume FC #1 as we return for the second half of this one. And it's already come to a very quick start, in fact too quick for comfort, as Chandab has collided with Tyler Lewis straight from kickoff.
Oh, that looked a bad one as well for Chandab. Tyler Lewis protesting his innocence, saying he didn't make contact, but Chandab has taken a rather heavy fall. You can see it on his right knee, on his left knee in fact. A little bit of claret. He's just maybe going to be a little bit ginger to get up. That looked nasty.
He'll shake it off, Chandab. It's got to be said. It looked very nasty from the off. It's good to see that both sets of players are up and walking. Chandab, I'm sure, will soldier on. He's known for that toughness, the youngster. Such maturity is Chichek. Bounces off of Stellatano. New graphics up and running for the second half. Jack Boland on the case with those. And dare I say, they should stay. Or maybe not. As Imran Turkman, Murray's come a long way. We'll start providing the fifth man option. Kawuglu and Murray come together, they get in each other's way. Zacharias. Cavallo. Phoenix squander possession.
Second half has really started at a stop-start pace. Neither team have really come out of the blocks hitting their stride. That's another example of it there from Murray. It's difficult for either side to retain possession because of the two setups right now. Both are looking at limiting the channels and limiting the options rather than pressing as a group.
And here's Lucas Hogan with his first touch. Of course, represents Avondale with his outdoor duties. Applies his trade for Northern Phoenix on the indoor circuit. Quite the exciting player, the number 3. Stellatano holding things up. Murray's come a long way. Kawuglu with the block. Chichek. Stellatano was very firm to win the ball. Cavallo. Ball just ricocheting off of both sets of shirts and finally out of play.
It's that kind of start to the half. It's very pinball-y and it's very scrappy between these two sides. Whoever will go on to get the better of this half and in Hume's case get themselves into the game, or in Phoenix's case take it away from them, will be who's able to settle in to this rhythm best and who's able to take control.
Chichek got a bit hopeful. Trying to really force the envelope, perhaps Hume on that time of asking. In terms of Murray, Ethan, quite the esteemed goalkeeper. He's been up against it tonight. Aside from perhaps not having the chemistry yet with Hume, his shot stopping hasn't been too bad.
He's done all right so far, Murray. He's had a good amount of work to do, and you've seen glimpses of why Hume have brought him in. Player with a lot of upside, a lot of potential. Expect to see more of him.
Zacharias continued the move. Stellatano remained on the deck. Finally gets back up. Cavallo in support on the attack. Of course, it's hard to really give the goalkeeper any flowers considering they're trailing by 4 goals, but the finishers from Phoenix have been firmly from the top shelf as somehow Chichek's just stormed his way through, got past Hogan. Cavallo not past Omar Turkman. Chichek, a man possessed, he just kept going.
Just a driving, darting run from Chichek, and it's a great block from Stellatano on the line as well to prevent Hume from getting themselves a goal and an avenue back into this game. But it has not been the cleanest cut futsal so far from either of these sides. Neither have hit a rhythm, but Hume have started brighter.
Hogan and Stellatano. Cavallo has a free kick in his favour. Hogan, short for Stellatano. Trying to wheel around Chichek with some pace. The number 8 for Northern Phoenix. Cavallo. Twisting, turning. Murray saving. Zacharias from point blank range denied by the keeper.
Great save as well from Murray. That will do his confidence the world of good. It was a superb run and ball from Cavallo. First time Phoenix have really opened up Hume, and it was a bit of individual brilliance, but the keeper stood tall.
Cavallo, Zacharias. Ball getting just stuck on the canvas as it ricochets out of play. Phoenix are content with this, Ethan, considering they've got the score on their terms. They're not exhausting themselves too much in terms of their respective gas tanks with all the players on court, but Hume haven't really put the screws to them yet.
They really haven't, have they? Hume are yet to hit their full stride at the moment, and you can see there's a lot of frustration that could be building.
Chandab, isolated, keeps the move alive. Turkman towards the Chandab direction. That's another scenario, Ethan, where you're just not sure what they're trying to do.
Another example completely and utterly of Hume, who are, you would say at the moment, in between setup styles and systems. You're seeing what they're trying to do, but at the moment, the final ball and a couple pieces of the build-up are the things that are eluding them right now. And with the Phoenix team, who are a lot more set in their rhythm, it's allowing them to make this game a bit scrappier.
Dustizada, the deepest player for Hume. Murray. Swade. Dustizada. Swade. Turkman. Cicek lunged, but couldn't keep it alive. Ethan, in terms of Hume's mix on court, there's not many defensive players.
It's a very attacking mix. You get the feel that they're going for 1 or 2 quick goals, and then they will start to reintegrate the defensive players. Once they have the momentum, once they have a few Phoenix nerves as well, that's when they will start to go for a more balanced setup. But at the moment, it's about hitting hard and getting back into the game.
Cicek. Swade. Dustizada has demanded the ball a few times now centrally. Swade, Dustizada. Not sure where to go, Mabasha. Goes out of play.
Just on that Hume setup as well. This is the core that towards the end of the first half, when they had a really good passage and got that goal to get them back in the game, this was the core that they went with. It was these 5 at the moment. Swade, the deepest as he was, looked to be quite settled, and I think it might be just to get some momentum and rhythm as well as more of attacking potency.
Stellatano had the ball behind him. Cavallo. Well, it had direction, but not the one in which Vu wanted. So the game lulling a little bit. Northern Phoenix just continuing with a high press, which is not really benefiting Hume, although Dustizada had a slight glimmer of hope inside the box, although Lewis was quickly off his line. Cavallo. Dispossessed rather unroutinely. Stellatano. Trying to bring the ball down and control it. Does so now. Hogan. Cavallo. Stellatano. Hogan. Dustizada with a slide.
Better from Phoenix, in particular Stellatano. A loose clearance, but he made it work, got it through the legs of Cicek, and that just allowed him to recycle it and take all the sting out of the situation.
Stellatano. Cavallo. Now in broadcast flank, Stellatano. Hogan the pivot. Dustizada does enough. Swade quickly moving now for Dustizada, who's orchestrating. Swade, Cicek. Just can't seem to get on the same wavelength Hume.
They look like a team at the moment who are just trying to settle into this game. It doesn't seem like they've gelled fully yet with a lot of the new ideals and a lot of the new passages, but it looks like they're just trying to get themselves a foothold into this game and seeing that if with confidence it will come together.
Turkman had to concede a corner. Vu was just inside the offensive D for Northern Phoenix. Toma will take. Hogan arrives. Imran Turkman blocks. They'll try again, Phoenix.
You can hear Hamza Swade screaming at Imran Turkman, get away from the back post, there's nobody there. He goes out to Hogan and he makes the block.
Stellatano and Swade coming together. Turkman wants to find Imran Turkman. Hogan will usher it out of play alongside Lewis. It must be said, the Phoenix are really well disciplined in their shape, and they really have had the game on their terms. Hogan's just brought that stability. Toma's been flawless. Stellatano's been creative. And you've got the players like Vu and Zacharias when they come on to inject that real pace. Still waiting to come on is Nick Parthamos upon his SFA return. Of course, has had his meniscus burial teething issue for some time, but he is in playing gear tonight. You mentioned pace, Ethan. Really like the game of Watson tonight. He's been so quick up and down the flank for Phoenix.
You can see what Phoenix are trying to do with him and with Julian Vu as well. They want the two deepest being Hogan and Toma. Stellatano's allowed to roam a little bit freer, but if you want someone to inject energy at the moment, they're rotating it between Vu and Watson.
Pira lofting it long. Hogan. Not as far as Swade. Yanni Pira. Dustizada. Resorts to the chip. Swade. Watson with the heavy press. It's a lovely ball for Imran Turkman on the opposite flank. Holding the ball up with Hogan. Twisting, turning, and winning the ball and possession are the Northern Phoenix. Somehow Hogan does it. Hume had a nice passage there, Ethan, but the Phoenix was still able to match it.
You mentioned the discipline being so important, and that is where it is for Phoenix right now. Having that discipline not to dive in, to stay true to their shape is why they're limiting Hume's clean looks.
Lovely touch from Watson. Vu goes down. He collects Yanni Pira upon the journey. Toma can finish. The first touch wasn't clean. Swade somehow able to steal the ball. Vu pushes. Although the ball still somehow stays alive. Vu unmarked at the back post. In fact, it was in the corner, mind you. A bit to unpack there, Ethan. Everything was happening.
My word, this game has been frenetic from the start, and that was no different. Hume were hanging on for dear life. Phoenix finally getting a chance to have some sustained possession and go up the court. It's a few real appeals for a foul. Murray came, didn't get there. Collected view there to shout for a penalty, which was turned down. Hamza Swade got a little bit physical with Vu as well in the returning passage. My word, what a game.
It was lacking a bit of feeling in this second half, although insert Hamza Swade, who came in and, well, had a fair share of Vu's shirt. Murray, Pira, bouncing ball. Toma goes for broke. Imran Turkman gets it back to Murray. As the ball bounce out of play off of Toma.
Good press from Toma. Another one where he just doesn't let Turkman breathe. He gets away from Cicek and just ensures that Murray has to play it first time. He doesn't have the split second to take a composed touch and pick out an option, and that's what happens.
Fourth official just trying to get some control on both technical areas as Toma. Lovely bit of control off his shoulder, mind you. Hogan at the back post. And with the outside of his left foot to get the cross in. Yakub has it blocked by Hogan. Yakub. Cicek. Yanni Pira. Around Watson. Very comfortable height, the ball for Lewis, who nonchalantly calls for calm. Now Vu, unmarked completely, will fire. Wrong footer was Murray. Was fortunate to see the ball just go wide of his post.
No-look lob from Tyler Lewis. Eyed up Watson and then picked out Vu absolutely wonderfully. The shot on first time, while Murray hasn't been fully adjusted, because he likes to travel so far out of his goal and he likes to become involved in the build-up. That's where Phoenix have been able to catch Hume out. You've seen it a couple of times. Them just take the shot on early and don't allow him to set.
Yakub blocking. Hogan strolling in. Murray reacting. Although a corner is on the cards again for Phoenix. And while there's still time in this match for anything to happen, you feel like Hume can't concede again if they are to amount to a comeback. As Thomas skies it. But Ethan, still a fair chunk of time in this one. Anything's possible, but it's going to take a bit from Hume, considering they haven't shown the cohesion required to really have any claims of getting themselves back into this game on the scoreboard.
They haven't hit their best stride, but they've shown glimpses here and there. And at the moment, it's enough to put Phoenix under pressure and maybe give themselves a glimpse. But if they're going to start the road back, it needs to come now.
That's a lot more like it from Yakub, who went very A1 direct. Everybody in unison with a ooh, with a sigh. As Toma. Better from Lewis with his distribution. Turkman. Pira at the back post, nobody home in the pivot. You wonder what Nick Ignatiadis might have up his sleeve. Murray Temel and the man just mentioned have been conversing for some time now, Ethan. You feel like they're trying to conspire something.
Couldn't be a fifth, could it? They couldn't go fifth man early. That might be the move. Murray would be a good candidate. He's excellent with his feet, has a good strike on him, and it's quite fearless.
Stellatano trying to get too imperative as Vu tests Murray, commanding goalkeeping. Lots of improvisation on display from Stellatano.
I reckon, Adam, if it goes with 10 minutes to go and it stays this way, they will go to that fifth man and they will encourage Murray to play it.
And well, you almost think it's there to be done. They might have to start looking to do it soon. Cicek. I need more from him tonight, the captain. That's more like it. Pira. Keeps it in somehow, Yanni Pira. Bit of a delayed, perhaps. Complete whistle. That's what Turkman might have been talking about from the bench. Tomer and Cicek coming together. The captain for Hume on defensive duties.
Phoenix are just getting enough pressure in at the right time currently to stop Hume from hitting a rhythm. And that is what you're seeing some of the frustration turn into here, the fact that Phoenix aren't allowing them to play.
And Yanni Pira has somehow found himself strolling towards goal. He had 3 teal shirts around him that he had to deal with. Hogan and Tomer do just enough as they clear. Intrigued to see how Thornbury fare on their debut. Not an easy task at hand. They come up against Pasco Vale, who seem to have sorted out their playing side for this year. As Murray steps up, Lewis has it ricochet out of play for a corner for Hume.
Didn't know a lot about that Tyler Lewis, and it dipped devilishly on him. Got a touch, which was all that mattered, but it could have gone anywhere.
Cicek. Side ball Hume. Players remain in the same positions they'd been in from the corner. Murray. Flicking out of play. You feel like Hume, Ethan, are going to come into this game perhaps when it's too late. It might all come right for them when time is no longer on their side. There's still a fair chunk of it. The ball has been going out of play rather fluently. But the scoreboard's not exactly too discouraging for the Black Army, but they need to start really getting into groove.
You feel like they need to get one back before the final 10 minutes to really put a spanner in the works for what Phoenix have planned, because at the moment, this benefits Northern Phoenix. They're happy to keep it stop-start until the end.
Hogan and Tomer really tangoing together. Despite the confusion, Hume's goal kick. Kuaglu tries to take the game on the veteran. Stepping inside. Not sure where to go, Kuaglu. Hogan. Nice standing challenge. Kuaglu with one of his own. And you look towards both sets of players in the next match. Mo Fatea warming up the goalkeeper. So are both Jarvis Jin and the madcap Mazen Abdallah, who finally, after some time, I think everybody in SFE hopes has a clean bill of health. No issues, no injuries. It's not the same if the Mad Cat's not playing. And hopefully for Pasco Vale, for a neutral perspective, Ethan, we get a full season of him.
You'd love a full season of Mazen Abdallah, wouldn't you? When he featured last season, you saw why they bought him over from Fitzroy. Kept a clean sheet in the last full game that he played. But with that, Pasco Vale now in season 3 of the project. Abdullah's back fit and firing. Michael Newen's there. Kevin Lamb's there. All of the big hitters for Maurizio Novak are there. You get the feeling that he and they will want to get closer to the top 2 than last season.
Jakub. Superbly done. Hogan with a double block. And the Phoenix bench were adamant it was their ball, in which the referee awarded. Jakub starting to ignite into this one. A major collision. Hogan hits the deck. There's a bit going on here. Jakub went completely flying. It was as if gravity did not exist.
Well, the only reason Jakub went flying is because Hamza Suede bundled Hogan into him. And Hamza Suede has walked for that bundle. Jakub's in a bad way. And Hamza Suede has been sent off.
Well, the red mist has descended upon Darebin. But the firm focus really with David Jakub, considering nobody should be twisting and turning in midair like that. He's up on his feet. We'll provide injury updates when we can, but Ethan, when players come together in this sport, that's almost prone to happen. It's an unfortunate part of our game, but like any physical contact sport, there's some things you can't avoid, and that was one of those cases where the unavoidable happened.
And when they come together at that pace as well, you always fear the worst, and you always think that might be the outcome. You don't want it to be the outcome. We hope David Jakub's okay. Thankfully, he's back on his feet. He's moving gingerly, but he's back on his feet and he's moving, which is the main thing. So hopefully it isn't anything too serious for him. Hamza Suede on the far side is certainly protesting his innocence, but you saw it. He gave Hogan a pretty big bundle.
Well, despite that, that's not going to bode in Hume's favour by any means of the word. They're down a player, have to withstand 2 minutes or concede and get on with it again. You could almost say it's gone from bad to worse for the Black Army. A real test of their character now. Phoenix told to keep the ball. Hogan, Stellatano. Extra player with those in teal. Cavallo. Toma, Hogan. Save from Murray.
That was well worked by Phoenix, patiently worked. You could see they were trying to work that angle for Hogan to fire it. Murray got down and made a good save.
Toma. Hogan. Stellatano. Toma, Cavallo, edge of the area. Chandab with the block. He has to just go for broke. Chandab, not around Toma. Flicking for Cavallo. Murray's come a fair way. The goalkeeper doing enough just to unnerve that of Cavallo, and Turkman's press was solid. Cavallo. Stellatano. Phoenix Ethan just taking all the time off the clock. They're remaining patient. So look for that golden opportunity. And well, they haven't conceded, which has to count for something.
Certainly does, but for Hume, the problem is the seconds ticking away, and the fact that Phoenix are looking to utilise Hogan in particular a lot more when it comes to getting shots away at Murray, and they're very, very good at the moment at just shifting this Black Army trio around.
Stellatano's cross blocked by Kawuglu. Phoenix corner, Nico Ignatiadis has the timeout just behind his back, nestled in his hands. Stellatano's corner. Toma, blocked by Chandab. Methodical. Phoenix right now. Toma. Stellatano. Probing away, Ethan, wanting that moment to have a true sight on Murray. Stellatano onto his left. Hume's goal possession.
You can hear from Suleiman Mohammed down on the touchline as well. He wanted the passing to be quicker and quicker, and that was the reason why there was a little bit of Phoenix frustration throughout that. They weren't able to get the angle by moving the ball quickly enough for a clean look, and it just allowed Hume to see out the wave.
Turkman and Hogan. Cavallo, lovely turn, and Stellatano perhaps took too long. Toma for Cavallo. Chichik itching to come on.
That's what we're talking about, though. about that early shot. It doesn't give Murray the time to set himself. Cavallo does the right thing by taking it on immediately and forcing them into conceding a corner.
Timer. Hogan. Stellatano. Cooglu with a block. He's been Hume's most impressive defensive player, Ethan.
He's battled hard tonight. Cooglu has hardly lost a 50-50. He's always been the first one in retreat to slow up whenever Phoenix have looked to go forward, and he's made a couple of very important blocks.
Toma, Hume have 4 players on. Cicek very quick with a standing challenge. Still a bit of time left on the clock. The door not completely shut on the Black Army yet, but they need something quickly. And now, Cicek, Turkman! I feel as if, Ethan, I'm not sure how you feel. You shouldn't shoot high with a goalkeeper who's 6'4".
He's got to go low to try and catch Tyler Lewis out. Turkman caught it sweet, but the height was the issue. It was an easily parryable and catchable one for Tyler Lewis. No matter the pace, he wouldn't have felt overly threatened by it.
Well, the Hume bench certainly going to protest. It will be a corner for the Phoenix. Stellatano blocked by Cicek. Hogan. Stellatano, Cavallo. Turkman now can run into some space. 2 against 2 here for Hume. Turkman kept going. Hogan. Counter charge on the cards. Cavallo. Cooglu wins on this occasion. Going was Cooglu still. Keeps it in somehow. He might have gone solo there, Ethan. He had the opportunity to do so. Toma bundled down. Too hot to handle this contest. It finally comes to a stop. It was at breakneck speed at both ends. Cooglu might have had half a chance if he went solo. And when Toma went on his own journey, upon the backtrack, there was a foul in the play. But, well, really, it was just both sides there, Ethan, really getting physical with one another.
It was very physical. It was at the point of boiling over. This game has been simmering for a long time. The 2 big plays I want to point out are from the 2 teams' standout defensive pieces tonight. Hogan with an all-important block to slow up the first Hume attack, and then going the other way, Cooglu, as he so often has tonight, with a big challenge. Otherwise, Phoenix were 3-on-1.
Turkman. Who's starting to marinate into this one, as are Hume. Cicek strikes it. Hogan with a block. That's more like it from Hume. Direct. That's what they'll need to do in these next few minutes if there's any hope of a comeback. Not impossible, but it would have to start simply as soon as possible. Lovely touch from Dustizada. Turkman went for a slide. Desperation on display.
Much quicker from Hume, and it's much better. Dustizada just deft to try and find Turkman, and that's what they need to do more of if they are to catch Phoenix out. They need to move the ball quicker. It's all been well and good holding the shape and being methodical. This is the time where you take the game on. They have nothing to lose.
Turkman, Cicek. Phoenix with a double press. Turkman, lovely turn from Stellatano. Dustizada wasn't sure where to go. Cicek. They celebrate each win. Phoenix in full voice. Turkman thought about the idea, and still Brown is not really happy with the broadcasters.
It's 2 goes he's had at us tonight. First one deflected off Cicek, that one a bit more robust. But Hume right now, you can see Murray just itching further up court. I said they might try it.
Lewis is renowned for it. He's done it time and time again, the most recent time in championship, and it was for Northern Phoenix. Turkman. Lateral for Cicek. Gets it back. Didn't know where to go. Stellatano. He's known to just reset the play. Passage and passage and passage. Each time he can, he will. Such a team player. Lovely idea it was from Brown to try to find Hogan. The two-man buns trying to combine. Wasn't to be, but the idea was there.
And you can see Phoenix are now starting to run this game through Stellatano. They understand now that time is of the essence rather than the margin for Hume. So if you start to run the game through someone who can cool it down, they'll be over the line.
Hogan has been defensively superb. He's been able to reset time and time again also for that of Phoenix as Stellatano got an opportunity. Although a timeout was issued, Nico Gnardiadis and company had to call it. It's all systems go for Hume. They trail by 3 goals. The scoreline reads 4-1 in favour of the Northern Phoenix as we cross to timeout on your match of the round for round 1.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy.
Phoenix slow to get out of their interchange bench. Hume still having a chat with Nico Gnardiadis. You feel like they're going to really reshuffle the chessboard now, the side trailing, Ethan.
They have to. They don't have a choice at the moment. If they are to get themselves back into this game before it's too late for Hume, they have to go now. Expect them to throw the kitchen sink at this one.
Just Azada, deft touch. Turkman, Cicek. Murray steps up high. Finds Turkman. Options with Hume. Pira across the face. Stellatano gets back in time. Omar Turkman now wearing one.
Just collected late by Stellatano's clearance. He did well to recover and stop it from finding its way into a dangerous area, but Omar Turkman, the last thing Hume want, having had a sending off, is an injury, another injury.
And Turkman is just clutching at his left quad. The Phoenix players having a laugh with Mo Temel, all in good spirits, but Omar Turkman now, another soldier downed for the Black Army. It was Ikuba before, who was looking a bit gingerly. That could be Omar Turkman's night, all but wrapped up.
And also no Michael Klanaris, who's out with injury too.
Dustizada. Cicek. Dustizada. Murray. Bouncing ball for Cicek. Dustizada. Left and right, right and left go Hume. Looking for the opening. Yanni Pira now. Crosses in for Umedi Cicek. It had shape, but it was blocked.
Called it sweet, Cicek, and it's an important block from Brown. Suleiman Mohammed wants timeout.
Dustizada. 4.5 minutes. Well, just done to that left on the clock. Murray. Chichik. It's getting taller and taller, the order for Hume. But this is their most provocative passage of play yet as Kawuglu went the creative. Stellatano gets around the keeper. Couldn't keep his feet to find the finish.
Flying challenge from Murray. Maybe Stellatano didn't realise how much time he had, having beaten the keeper. Could have gone through one-on-one with Chichek and tried to walk it in. Just a rash moment. Snatched at it, and Hume get away with one.
Dustizada. Pira. Kawuglu. Pira. Blocked by Lewis. It's a lot more like it from Hume. And as I might have alluded to, Ethan, they've left it too little too late. Only that to be, well, proved wrong if they can score very soon. Chichek. Lovely ball for Dustizada. Yanni Pira has Yubini Chichek on for the pass. Kawuglu fluffed his lines right at the pivotal moment. Lewis has gone for broke. Is hit the steel framing which holds the nets here. And not to be that bloke, Ethan, but I'll be that bloke right now. That was goal bound.
I was about to say the same thing. That might have been going in.
He'll try again. Ty Lewis through the traffic. Not caught as sweetly this time.
You get the feeling he is going to have many more opportunities, though. Hume, thought they might have gone fifth man. They well and truly have. They've committed Murray forward. This gives the opportunities for Phoenix on the counter, but they need to get a goal now, Hume, if they are to start the trail back.
Yanni Pira sidestepping Toma, not communicating with Dustizada. And now it's Stellatano bearing down on Murray! Stellatano at the brace. Phoenix staring in the face their first victory in the men's series futsal competition.
Superb from Stellatano, where he snatched at the last opportunity that he had. That one with far more composure, coolness and conviction. And even though Murray had retreated, he drilled it into the bottom corner.
Murray tried to just put off the attacker. Had his hands behind his back, the keeper. And once he tried to claw, there was just too much power. Too close in proximity, might have been Stellatano. Phoenix have a timeout, which they've issued. A firm grip on the game now. 5-1 the score. Stellatano at the brace. Not much more a Northern Phoenix supporter could ask for as we cross to timeout.
If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improve your level. So you have to work hard every day. It's detail. It's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard, and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Toma gets this one restarted. Phoenix with a real stamp upon the league after tonight. And Lewis has his, let's say Melbourne, his Arky rather, Northern Phoenix jersey tucked away. He's got the hoodie on, and the unsteady goalkeeper will get some match minutes. Perhaps a real indication that the Northern Phoenix believe this game is all but put on ice. As Thomas Montfroy accumulates the goalkeeper position.
Was at South Melbourne last season, joined in the union of those two clubs. Very tidy shot stopper, got a really good run in the playoffs and came up big in the second leg in particular.
For a bit of consolation for Hume, it's back to the drawing board for the Black Army. And all considered, Ethan, the NSW Futsal League kicks off September 12th. A lot of the players Hume brought in last season, real staples across that competition. There's a sort of cloud of uncertainty, if you will, if you'll see the likes of them return. As Cicek, the bar of the goal just still shaking. That's the closest they've come in some time. Yanni Pira on the reverse. Montfroy, despite his size, was quick to claim the ball.
Did very well, Montfroy, just to stifle out the danger. And you mentioned the New South Wales top futsal division starting soon. A couple of those who grace series futsal also received an international call-up. We alluded to it. Fitzroy trio in the first game. Ethan DeMello was also in the side. Jamie Dibb as well, getting a call-up to the national team. So a lot of series futsal representation, but for the Black Army, if they want those reinforcements from the north of the Murray, they'll have to do it in the early stages and get their business done.
Toma, lovely ball. Hogan hits the post. Brilliant hustle from Toma, despite how late in the contest it is. But, well, that is one of, I guess, Hume's double-edged swords, Ethan, where you do bring in players, you respect it, you rate the ambition, but, well, they've got other obligations. You sort of have to water the plants that are here. If you get my motto, as Hogan strolls in, Vu in support. Toma has time to fire. It's free rein at the minute for Northern Phoenix.
Toma caught that sweet as well. Hogan was held back as he tried to go and bear down on an open net. Vu did the right thing in not blazing away. Lucky not to add another.
Kouoglu. Cicek. Yanni Pira. Pedestrian was Yanni Pira. Hogan! Reward for effort for a player who's been faultless in this game. A quality chip over the top of Gabriel Murray. And the Phoenix are on the board again.
Hogan rounds out a superb performance defensively. Has been determined, he's been looked down, he's not let a lot through him, and then showing his attacking prowess. Ever so cool, the chip weighted, lofted perfectly. Murray no chance, Phoenix are on the board, you all but suspect now.
And well, it's still very tricky to evaluate Hume. They're only as good as their last game. But right now it's difficult to really sense which direction they might be going in. That reliance on interstate players proving that, well, as we mentioned, Ethan, a real double-edged sword. As that will be that on their SFE men's debut. The Northern Phoenix make a statement against their emerging rivals of Hume FC. There's no love lost between these two sides, all respectful once the final whistle sounds, but all considered, Ethan Rigg, what a performance it was from the Northern Phoenix upon their SFE debut.
Unbelievable from Northern Phoenix. To start in series futsal that way against a team who you played recently, who know you so well, to give a performance like that against a Hume side who came with fire. They had determination and grit, but Phoenix were able to grind it out, and in the end, the futsal they played was superb. They have landed, having risen to the top flight. Phoenix have made a statement on opening night.
Joe Akon, upon his SFE managerial debut, has a victory to boast. Full time for your match of the round. Northern Phoenix 6, Hume FC 1.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมอะครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard.
Tonight's final instalment sees the other of our newly promoted pair begin their journey in the highest tier. Thornbury United, having merged with Western City at the conclusion of the season just gone, have reached their next destination. To make the roller coaster as smooth as perceivably possible, they've retained Western City trio Justin Lee, Andrew Trin and Andy Newen, all of whom are familiar with the rest of the Lily White contingent, as well as eager to take on the top flight challenge. The first of those being Pasco Vale, who themselves have dipped into the Western City well, bringing in Doi Nguyen and Nam Pham to the Lions' den. Dawood Ferreira, the other new addition from Carlton Heart, as Maurizio Novak's side look to build on last season's momentum. In the race until June, they eventually finished third, 12 off Moreland and 6 adrift of Fitzroy. However, optimism is found in having beaten both. This season brings a new set of challenges for the Pasco Vale project, the first of whom are two top flight debutants wanting a scalp to start the race. One project starting with eager eyes, the other in its third phase, hoping the third time this time, well and truly, is the charm. Ethan Rigg and Adam Palombi for the final game of what's been an action-packed opening night. Adam, Thornbury's top flight debut, could be an interesting one.
Certainly so. They've got a well-stacked bench and lineup, Ethan. But considering how newly promoted sides have gone this evening, they might take some inspiration from how the Northern Phoenix fared just recently against Hume. As I might have said, Ethan, a real stacked bench for Thornbury. Got a real quartet of players. We'll start with who is on court for them right now. Mo Fatea is the goalkeeper. On broadcast side, Andres Transalvinia lines up with his fluorescent pink boots. Has possession right now, does Transalvinia. I'm going to read you on that one as comes out wide for Pauli on court. Slingsby in the lineup. And pivoting up top is the number 9. Of that of Jackson Georgie, rather in the number 14. Got there somehow. As for Pasco Vale, Jarvis Gin's the goalkeeper. Andre Caro lines up alongside Newen, Lima and Evangelista. The mighty Lions, not with an over-equipped bench, but Kevin Lamb has Mazen Abdallah, Nam Pham, Dewey Newen, and that of Kevin Lamb with Dawood Ferrer from FC Carlton Heart make the journey across. Son of FC Carlton Heart's brightest sparks in the last knockings of the first season. Finds himself remain in the SFV men's competition with his new employer of Pasco Vale.
Andre Caro for Evangelista. Yes, of course, you feel for Pasco Vale an important season. Only 14 rounds, only twice do they play, both of Moreland and Fitzroy, and they'll want to make the most of it. Evangelista look to return it to Michael Newen. Alison Lima is clutching at his back, having taken a rather heavy hit as Moe Fatea came to clear his lines.
Mo Fatea just poking the bear of Alison Lima. It's a bold strategy.
Paoli, who's been with Thornbury throughout their journey in the championship. They're in State 1 as well. Two teams who have played against each other, in fact, in State League 1. Before Pasco Vale's rapid rise. Evangelista with a tidy bit of footwork. Got around Slingsby. Tried to turn it to Lima. Paoli picked it up. Jarvis Gin collected rather coolly. Alison Lima. There's Caro. Now Michael Newen, member of the team of the season, last season as well. Was an MVP candidate throughout, 19 goals, 10 assists for the Lions in his first season over from Fitzroy, and here he is. Gets it back from Evangelista, switches it for Caro. He's face to face with Georgie, Evangelista. Caro, Newen, Thornbury sitting deeper. Evangelista tried to clip it for Lima, Slingsby came across. This is Pasco Vale's first time since their return to Series Futsal that they have featured on opening night. Buys in both last season and season 2 of 2024. Newen, Evangelista, lovely. Lima for Newen! Oh. Fatea, what a save! What a save, Moe Fatea!
Brilliant from Mo Fatea, Ethan. He had no right to save that. And somehow the big fella's gotten down to make the save. You could see in the warm-up, Ethan, he was raring to go. And that's what he's pulled out early.
Newen giving him another one. That one a lot easier. Tries Lavinia. Losing out to Evangelista. Newen taking charge. Paoli in retreat. Bundled him down. And Pasco Vale will have a free kick. And Michael Newen is looking a little worse for wear.
That was a fantastic save from Mo Fatia. He had no right, Ethan, to save that. I'm not sure how Newen hadn't scored. But the danger not averted. You can see Michael Newen just clutching at his elbow. He did land awkwardly. He's still got his right elbow just tucked underneath his left arm. He might continue, but, well, he won't be behind the free kick. Evangelista on the tarmac has quite the run up to roam into.
The Evangelista to take. Options left and right. Lima on the roll. Fatea on the save. Lamb rattles the side netting.
Forgot to mention, of course, before Ethan, Andy Trent completes the duo of Western City players venturing across to that of Pasco Vale. Real city flair with the Mighty Lions this time around, considering Kevin Lamb, Nam Pham, Andy Trent, all reacquainting. You just wonder if Aaron Fung's in the mix at all. He has represented Pasco Vale at the recent state championships, which were held a few months ago. You wonder if he'll return at some stage.
Evangelista. Back for Andre Caro. Down the line for Michael Newen, who's surrounded by 3 lily white pressers. Evangelista. Face to face with Paoli. Wanting to shift his way inside onto that left foot. Caro confronted by Slingsbury, and Thornbury are 3-on-1. Paoli's on the far side, and Thornbury have Lily White lift off. Paoli pounced on the break. The Lions gave it away, and Thornbury hit the front. Well,
that is how you counter. Brilliant from Thornbury. Of all people, Andre Caro dispossessing play there for the Mighty Lions. And how about Paoli? Brilliant finish.
he's there to cut out as well. Well. What are the odds?
He knew the moment it left his left boot, Ethan. It was poised for the top left corner. Almost never in doubt.
Evangelista on for Lima, and Pasco Vale on opening night have been rocked.
Might have stemmed from the goalkeeping of Mo Fatea. Who knows?
Lima on the advance. Caro was arriving. Newen's down the line with Allison. Lima! Just over the bar. Looking for a quick reply. And Pasco Vale, we mentioned they haven't featured in 2 matchday 1 fixtures in a while. Their last time they did was a 7-3 win over Northcote, all the way back season 1 of 2024. And to go to the last time they were beaten on the opening day was season 2 of 2023 against Melbourne Crescent.
One might say he's a frother. They wouldn't be wrong if they're talking about Ethan Rigg. He's got the bug.
Paoli. It's quickly on, got it back. Tidy touch from Slingsby. Charles Lavinia was in. Slingsby on the follow-up. Had it blocked by Evangelista. But Thornbury are looking to make early inroads.
They're feeling it, aren't they? Slingsby and Paoli playing with power. It's unconventional. Might not be overly technical, but it's powerful.
Bruce with the lob. Evangelista nodded it on for Newen. Touched it back for Lima. Pasco Vale searching for answers. Evangelista. Newen. Caro, who's under the press of Slingsby and was late in on him.
It's almost like an Australian rules approach with Thornbury. No nonsense. Just straight to the business, getting in the back of their opponents, letting them know of their presence Thornbury upon Pasco Vale right now. And it must be said, Alison Lima, he's just like a ticking time bomb.
Jarvis Gin couldn't refine the feet of Caro. Pasco Vale under the pump, and Thornbury are taking incredibly truly to the top flight. Slingsby on for Bruce. Tried to fizz it in for Paoli. Fatea's off his line. Newen's advancing. And Moe Fatea clears one out towards us.
And that's the third time now. The broadcast team has copped it. The commissioner nearly copping it. Ethan Reed copping it once. Ethan Stone nearly copping it. We're trying to do a job here, people.
Evangelista. That one more tamed for Fatea to take. Slingsby tried to spear it. Caro got in the way of Andy Newen. Michael Newen has now picked it up as Lamb in retreat. And here is Kevin Lamb. Caro. Lovely ball to find Newen. Tried a tidy return. Evangelista takes charge. Away from Slingsby. On for Lamb. Who sat down Paoli. Kevin Lamb has rolled it wide of the far post.
Wow. Folded inside out. Was a Thornbury player that time around when Kevin Lamb was twisting and turning. That's what he can do.
Lamb on the following. Fatea on hand to beat it away.
He looks like a man with a point to prove tonight, Mo Fatea. He's playing like one right now.
Lamb from Newen's side ball. Andre Caro. Michael Newen. Moe Fatea, of course, no stranger to the top flight. Had a stint at Hume. It's been integral, ever so important to Thornbury since moving over. Here's Andre Caro. Speared it for Lamb, who's one-on-one with Bruce. Kevin Lamb went loftily, too loftily. Fatea, tidy ball. Taken down well by Trin, given away to Lamb. Andy Newen in retreat. Lamb lost it. Newen then gave it away. Here's Ferreira, who in turn gives it back. Trin to calm it all down. Waited on his runners, wanted Bruce. Newen was the one who was best placed. Justin Lee came across on the press. And Jarvis Gin puts a stop to all of that. It's Ferreira. Measured, two measured! And Lee nearly, ever so nearly lunged in for a second.
Similar to how Hume looked in their game. Pasco Vale just very slow out the blocks. Perhaps a bit of court rust, but not looking too well drilled as a team right now, despite their chemistry in the back end of last season, Ethan, really starting to show.
Side who beat Fitzroy, beat Moreland, only team to beat Moreland in the back end of last season. Newen down the line, Lamb tried to hook it back into play. You can hear Maurizio Novak, who I can imagine is not best pleased, but not too disheartened by the start his side have made. Newen lost out. Lamb then losing out to Trin, who's surrounded by Lions, all wanting to claw at him. Bruce, with his back to Ferreira, recycled it out to Justin Lee. Tried to be measured. Newen got in the way.
Bruce, very, very bust, very tall. He's able to just get the ball unstuck from underneath his feet. And has possession now.
Wanted Newen. Lamb on the press. Thornbury will keep it. But Pasco Vale now just turning up the pressure a little bit. Newen face to face with Lamb. Got it through to Bruce, who was pulled by Ferreira. Newen wanted to keep going. Caro picked it up. It's 3-on-2. On one way, Ferreira the other. It's Dawood Ferreira. Moe Fatea again makes another rather wonderful save. Corner taken quickly. Lamb on Ferran, who shifted beyond Lee. Gave it back to Kevin Lamb. Switched it over for Ferreira, who's looked lively. Newen for company. Caro the recycle. Lamb wanted on to move. Lamb with a brilliant ball. That is a beautiful goal. Chavinana smashed in the leveller. but Kevin Lamb's ball into him was absolutely lovely.
And that's more like it from the Lions. Brilliant finish from Arn. So much power. Fateh might have got a touch on it, but too much in the end. 2 tonight. And although they started fresh out the gate, Thornbury, Pasco Vale have just weathered the storm and have now found themselves on level terms.
Lamb side ball. Arn, who's just rattled in an equaliser, finds Ferreira. Recycled it. Lamb again, twisting, turning, finding Arn. Tried to place it for Poblete. Newen's now on the break. Around Ferreira, but Poblete in retreat did well. Got it back from Jarvis Gin. That was very well measured. Ferreira, tidy. On continued the roll. The switch was on. Trin on the hold-up. Kevin Lamb. Ferreira. Loose touch nearly invited Lee. On, tidy 1-2. Ferreira. With quick feet, Poblete was cannoning forward. Ferreira might go alone. Lee stayed with him the whole way to make the block. And Pasco Vale are just starting to turn it up. Here's on for Kevin Lamb. Poblete inward, shifted as a decoy. Bruce with the challenge and has picked it off on. Jarvis Gin came a long way, found his counterpart. Moe Fatea fancies a go. Lamb happy to make the block.
Nice pace to this one. I know the billing. Thornbury, they've not shot away from the contest. They've taken the game on.
Poblete losing out to Trin. Paoli was pouring forward. Trin away from one. Arn had a slide. Lee. Can Thornbury find themselves another opening? Loretta back for Lee.
Oh.
Sold him short and Ferreira's in. It's down with Ferreira and Fatea.
Caught it.
Has done very well. Flung it onto Paoli as well. Face to face with Lamb. Oh. Measured all the way out for Justin Lee to have a drive. Poblete in the way. Ferreira recycled out to Lamb once more. On. Allowed to advance. Ferreira. Poblete tried to place it round the corner, but Lee was in the way.
And Fam ready to come on for the first time in his Pasco Vale career.
It's Loretta. Force Ferreira to make the challenge. Thornbury wants a corner, they won't get it. Jarvis Gin. That's a deft touch from Poblete. Couldn't get around Paoli. Trin's one in. Lee. Loretta. Back with Justin Lee. Well, Thornbury themselves lost on opening day last season against Northern Phoenix 3-2. Both teams now find themselves in the top division. Isn't it funny how it all works out sometimes?
Who would have thought this? Not me, not me. Thornbury and Phoenix might have said to each other. Probably not.
Here's Paoli. Loretta wanted to fizz it. Ferreira. Namfam's first involvement's a nervy one, but he gets it back to Jarvis Gin. Fatea's come a long way, and he's judged that incredibly well.
It's crazy how quick the world of futsal, things can all change. And well, you have to embrace it, and that's certainly what Phoenix and Thornbury have done. Got to give them full credit. It's just lightning turnaround, and now things can all happen. And ultimately, you find yourself going from the championship to the Premier competition.
Arm with a beauty. Ferreira! And Fatea down low again to make another smart save. It's Poblete.
Ah, the socks. He's finally been caught out for the socks. And a card will have to come out. It's very needless from Poblete. He did not have proper shin pads on. And the officials aren't going to take that. Dewey Newen comes on in his place. But such a needless caution. Shin pads. Surely you can find a pair of shin pads.
And Pham. So both of Pasco Vale's 2 new Western City acquisitions now out on court. Paoli battling with Hume immediately, got around one.
No.
And Ferreira fouled him.
Here straight away. There's a guilty look on his face as he looked towards the official on broadcast side. Could have been nonchalant about it. And Paoli, we know what he can do with his left. Jarvis Chin getting the wall in order, and Pham organising it also. There might be a chance here, though. There's been a real miscommunication in the wall.
Paoli on for Loretta. Down the line for Lee. Loretta to fizz one. Slingsby couldn't take it under. On. Ferreira one way. Here's now Pham the other. Ferreira. Back with On. Now Pham trying to shift his way beyond. Thornbury press high. Dewey Newen with a tidy touch the first time. Slingsby won it the second. Ferreira's picked it up. His third look is aloft and it's off the bar.
Great read from Ferreira. He read the play so well on that occasion. Did one of the debutants for Pasco Vale. And he wasn't far away at all from chipping Mo Fatea. From close range, mind you. Nearly masterful with the effort. The crossbar denying him of such.
Paoli, Loretta couldn't turn away from Ferreira. He slipped as he went to go. On. Back for Ferreira. On once again. Pasco Vale just trying to move Thornbury around. Lee's hot on the press. On. Newen. Not beyond Slingsby again.
Thornbury still Ethan. Each time they come together with a Pasco Vale shirt, just getting involved. In a friendly, but more of an a way of, well, you know I'm here. That's the sort of message they've conveyed tonight.
Certainly. A side looking to make their mark in the top flight. Evangelista. Not away from Slingsby nor Loretta. But he has won it back. Thornbury's opening night record. They've only lost once more since that opening day defeat last season to start it against Kensington Eagles. Season 2, 2023. Nam Pham. Shifted it on for On. Loretta in retreat. Evangelista. Face to face with Slingsby. Pasco Vale slowing it down, tried to thread it through to Nam Pham, but it'll just trickle out of play.
Perhaps a bit too close to the technical area where Pasco Vale really trying to thread the needle. And you get within closer proximity. Can't really play the ball incisively.
And Pham tried to thread it all the way through for Newen. Who's made it work and then rolled it wide. It wouldn't have counted. There's a whistle in the way. Thornbury free kick. Mulholland just wearing an arm.
It's more in the momentum, I think, than anything sinister. And Newen knew that.
Paoli into Slingsby. Mulholland was going beyond for him. Paoli once again threaded it now for Mulholland, who was picked off by Nam Pham. Lovely ball for Lavinia. Back for Paoli. Important block from Arn.
What a slide that was from Arn. He knows that you can't give Paoli an inch of space on his left, especially when on his stride. It's damaging, as it's proved to be so far in this contest for Thornbury from their number 8.
Mulholland down the line for Slingsby. Nam Pham couldn't win possession back. Michael Newen has nearly turned that into his own net. Stuck a leg out at it. Paoli fires from the corner. Slingsby happy to watch it trickle out.
Dare I say, that's been one of the things we've seen from Jarvis Chin in his game, where he likes to hack the ball away. If Thornbury were aware of such, that was a prime opportunity to follow up, considering Chin didn't opt to carry or palm over the bar, he just pushed away.
Newen in the way. allowing Fatea to claim it, and that's a tidy loft. Michael Newen flicked it on, Pham did as well. Charles Lavinia was interested. Newen picked it up and is driving at Powley. Dewey Newen ran out of room before he could get the shot off.
Supremely quick, a lot of acceleration with Pasco Vale's number 24. It's one of his true characteristics, but out of court that time around.
Fatea went long. Evangelistas kept that alive, and Mulholland in retreat concedes a corner.
Yes, he kept that in Evangelista. Freakish. Judge the bounce to perfection.
Pasco Vale corner. Newen's worked a yard. They'll do it all over again. Reset once more. This time Michael Newen, the one peeling away. Can Pasco Vale turn it around before half-time? Nam Pham with a swipe. Charles Lavinia's on the break. He's got Mulholland up with him. Nam Pham in retreat made the challenge, firmly but fairly.
Oh, breaking away in lightning speed with Thornbury. Pasco Vale on the backtrack. Translavinia could not keep his feet, but imagine he had, Ethan. Would have been a golden opportunity.
Caro. For Nam Pham. Slingsby on the press. Caro kept it rolling and has given it away to Mulholland. Evangelista in retreat, was then clipped. Thankfully, Felipe Evangelista seems all right. Newen back with Evangelista. You could hear Moe Fatea screaming at Slingsby to get wide. That's because Caro was lurking. Evangelista once more, down the line for Michael Newen. Charles Lavinia wants to apply the press. Newen twisting, turning. Michael Newen nearly stole a yard, but he has won a free kick.
There was claims there for that to be a card from Translavinia. Very late. Newen now in prime real estate to really give this a fair go. All four lines on court can really strike a ball. Lima's walked from it. Cardo has ventured towards the opposite flank. Evangelista stands behind it, so you'd expect a routine here from Pasco Vale, not the A1 direct opportunity. They look to pass it instead. Or will they? Evangelista is taking a fair run up here. A golden opportunity this could turn out to be, Ethan.
Froth mop on court momentarily. And you see the commissioner, Josh Fusco, getting amongst it on the froth mop. Making sure court is clear. Evangelista has a free kick. Can Pasco Vale find the goal to turn this around? It is Felipe Evangelista! He's drilled it wide.
They went A1. They went direct. Wanted the bottom left corner, Pasco Vale Evangelista. That's what he tried to get. So close yet no cigar.
Charles Lavinia lost it. Caro on for Newen, who took a heavy touch, then a tidy slide, and it had to be before pulling down Powley. And Michael Newen for that will go into the book.
He's not impressed, Michael Newen. And that's what I mean about Thornbury. They've really, although friendly, you can see straight up the handshakes and the sort of, well, let's say diffusing kind of tone. They're still letting Pasco Vale know of their presence in each play, Ethan, and that was personified right on that scenario we just saw.
Newen charging down for Tia. He's got to be careful. Powley with a lovely flick. Mulholland had Charles Lavinia central. Evangelista one in. Paoli on the recycle. Has to concede it. See the Lions rampant on the press whenever they feel as though they can pounce. Andre Caro.
Ball.
Down the line for Evangelista. My sentiments exactly, Adam. Evangelista battling with Powley. Wins a corner.
It's like it's a gravitational pull. The ball from Caro to Evangelista. Supremely directed.
Michael Newen to rattle one. Charles Lavinia in the way. Again, Pasco Vale just trying to turn the screw. Newen switched it on for Caro. Shifted it inside for Lima. Smashing return! And Andre Caro has drilled it in. Caro crushing the area, and Pasco Vale have turned it around.
Lovely interplay between Caro and Alison Lima. He was vocal in the celebration. For the first time tonight, the Lions have hit the front. And well, it was coming, but Thornbury certainly made Pasco Vale earn their second goal. But the link-up play between two players that really know each other well on the court, of Lima and Caro, yet again shines true.
Here's Newen on for Caro. Tidy touch for Lima. Waited on the runners. Evangelista. Waiting on movement. Newen still demanding it. Caro's deepest. Evangelista going to work against Georgie. Charles Lavinia left the leg. Andre Caro off Lima and wide. Maurizio Novak certainly wants a rolling foul for that Charles Lavinia tangling leg. And safe to say he has a case. For Tia.
Oh,
Slingsby.
Nearly for Bruce. Slingsby with the hold-up play. They rely on that physicality. Thornbury, but Pasco Vale just really now chipping away and knowing how to break down their opponents.
Lima, Newen, Evangelista on for Caro. Felipe Evangelista just stole a yard momentarily. Caro got it back from Lima. Worked it round the other side. Evangelista through Slingsby's legs and then gave him a wrestle.
Spear!
And a Thornbury free kick.
Well, I'm not sure if those watching are a fan of Edge or Roman Reigns from the WWE, but it's a fantastic spear from Paoli. But Pasco Vale, that's their fifth foul.
Draw them in and give themselves opportunities.
I've never seen Alison Lima go from being stern professional to smiling all in one motion. I don't know if I'm terrified or now I know that he's human. It's okay. But he showed something there where it was straight at the official and then straight back into it. Like it did not even happen, that cordial conversation.
Lima and wearing one from Paoli and getting on the move. Fatea came a long way and left a leg. Alison Lima's taken a heavy tumble.
Maui came a long way and Lima really hit the deck hard. The thud was deafening. It didn't look like there was contact made completely. I mean, well, not to that extent, but it would have been the way in which Lima had landed awkwardly. They want to foul Pasco Vale. Bit of a laugh from Maurizio Novak, who's itching closer and closer towards the free kick, like he's going to take it. They've got to sort this out, though, the officials.
One thing is, Moe Fatea certainly collected the ball before Alison Lima, who was collateral damage, and Poblete will settle for a side ball. Quickly on for Andre Caro. Lima's back on his feet, thankfully. Michael Newen. That's a super ball, and Poblete nearly applied a finishing touch.
They're finding it now, Pasco Vale. They're finding their rhythm. They're finding the gaps to open up Thornbury. With the side trailing, relying on the long ball. It's not exactly to their detriment. It has perhaps caught Pasco Vale out here and there.
Paoli couldn't find Georgie. Lima picked it up. Newen. Caro. For Michael Newen once more. Newen just waiting on the movement. Andre Caro. Those two having their own private game. Alison Lima wants to come and join. Poblete. Now Lima. Newen. Pasco Vale exercising some patience, trying to draw Thornbury in and play through. Lima, Newen. Caro. And Michael Newen just taking their time. At the moment, the Lions. Caro with a tidy chip. Newen with a lovely touch. Alison Lima's got a yard. Poblete's arriving and couldn't sort his feet out. And now it's 2-on-1. Georgie too heavy for Pauli, who is parading forward.
Alison Lima, the question here is, why not shoot? You've gotten the ball after a fantastic move. The question simply, why not pull the trigger? Only he knows. It would have been nice to see.
Poblete on the spin. Touch was a perler, the strike was a good one, and Fatea makes a good save. Pasco Vale corner. Poblete coming over to take it. Arn just drifting into the area. Newen and Caro on the edge. Newen, Caro, Michael Newen off the dummy. Slingsby made the block. Georgie picked it up, shifted it away from Arn. Went with height down the line.
He notices, as he looks at the scoreboard, that was really the chance to have this game on level terms. I'm not sure if Thornbury will get a more clearer look than that.
Caro, Arn, Poblete in to win it. In retreat, Arn got it from Poblete, switched it for Caro. Tried to be tidy and Pauli nearly wrong-footed for Taya. You watch it trickle into touch. Thornbury pressing for an equaliser on the stroke of half-time. Bruce, Georgie to drill one, and he wasn't far away. In fact, Jarvis Jing got a touch, and Thornbury will have a corner. Ritzo Novak, not best pleased. Certainly struck that sweetly enough.
A man of elegance, showcased in that switch.
Bruce, Georgie to drill it, drilled it into Arn, who's worn a couple already. And in fact, Thornbury want timeouts on the stroke of half-time. They will get it. They took the lead through a piercing Pauli hit before Lamb's lovely ball invited on to level. Caro completed the turnaround as we go to our first timeout. It's Pasco Vale 2, Thornbury 1.
Every day it's detail. It's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can level here in Australia. There are good players. So they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
We return from timeout on the verge of half-time. Pasco Vale, who were a goal down against newly promoted Thornbury, have turned it around and find themselves ahead. Caro nodding on, Lamb doing the same. Michael Newen giving it a real up and under. Bruce in retreat for Georgie. Good bit of pinball, which Slingsby couldn't quite control.
How'd they make that work? That had no right to work from Thornbury, and it just did.
Caro from Lamb's side ball. Michael Newen on for Arn. Pasco Vale just practicing some patience. Once again, trying to draw the space. Newen wanted Lamb to make a run. Michael Newen did well to keep it. Wanted to switch it for Arn. Pauli read it best. Moved it into Slingsby, who gave it back to him. Those two combined frequently, and Slingsby from range forces a parry and then a pick-up from Jarvis Jin. Michael Newen into Arn. Lamb is advancing. Arn not around Georgie, who could hit on the break for Thornbury. Georgie, Powley, big save from Jarvis Jin, who got down well, and it would have been an equaliser right on the break. It would have been an equaliser on half-time. Instead, Jarvis Jin preserves the advantage. Pasco Vale, having been tested, having trailed early, turned it around thanks to Arn, then Caro, and half-time in the final game. Thornbury 1, Pasco Vale 2.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improve your level. So you have to work hard every day. It's detail. It's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. the futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think
We turn for home on round one. It's been quite the night we've witnessed. Although our stream right now might not be doing the business, Ethan Rigg and I will be doing everything we can on commentary to talk you through what's happening. Although just getting word from our media team that the stream is back at its fluent best. Hopefully the futsal follows in much of the same vein. Thornbury scored first. Pasco Vale turned a 1-goal deficit into a 1-goal lead and will start the second half with a 1-goal advantage. Ethan Rigg, Adam Palombi will see out the show on the broadcast here for the opening night of the men's SFV Season 2 in 2025. And, well, it's had it all tonight, Ethan, but Kevin Lamb has had a lot to do down the flank. And doing a lot also is Mo Fatea for Thornbury. He has been all over at the goalkeeper.
He's had a very busy night, Mo Fatea, and he's acquitted himself incredibly well in between the sticks. His distribution's been solid, his shot stopping has been superb. There is very little he could have done about either of the 2 goals, and Thornbury, to their credit at the moment, are just hanging in there, and they're just finding little ways to get themselves on top. You saw that with Pasco Vale accumulating 5 fouls in the first half.
Out of real estate that time around, were Thornbury defensively. Overplaying it perhaps was Lee with Newen. Evangelista, ricocheting ball. Trin heads away. Laretta holds it up nicely. Newen flicks away. Well, Pasco Vale, of course, went into half-time with 5 fouls, all erased now. But all considered, flirting with fire. And Jarvis Gin, right in the final seconds of the opening half, had to make a pretty unroutine save to prevent an equaliser.
Well, Thornbury might actually look and wonder how they didn't go in level, potentially, how they didn't go ahead, because Georgie had a massive opportunity minutes before as well, which he turned wide. Jarvis Gin then coming up big for Pasco Vale, literally with the final kick of the half, made a huge save to deny Thornbury from going in level. So there are chances for the Lily Whites in this game to get themselves back level. They just need to find a way to pick at Pasco Vale. They need to find a way to get those little bits of frustration. Like you said in the first half, they're always leaving something on them. If they continue in that vein, they could certainly get this side frustrated.
Lamb. Laretta gets the ball back. Trin, ball rolling. Newen goes over his foot and, well, out of play. But Laretta, the number 6, when he's on court, a lot of strength. Really trying to impose himself as Lamb goes long for Evangelista. Lovely first touch. Not around for Taya. Of course, both those players formerly of Western United had some match experience together. Of course, Mo Fatea, although featuring for the youth side a fair bit, did have the one occasion in between the sticks in Season 1 last year and kept the clean sheet. Although, of course, that was shared with Jared Miller. As Laretta, Lamb and Cardo on the press defensively. Lions ball. Evangelista. Newen pivoting. Cardo not on the same wavelength of Lamb or Evangelista as the ball rolls out of play. But Ethan, considering the start of the second half for those in white and blue, not too awful.
I certainly wouldn't be disheartened to start this second half, Thornbury. Neither side have really hit a rhythm. However, they do feel as though they have settled the better out of the two sides. Mo Fatea looks like he'll be continuing on in the same form he showed in the opening period. And at the moment, they are once again just doing enough to disrupt Pasco Vale.
Evangelista glancing. Cardo. Laretta in support. Newen helping his teammate on defensive duties. Newen. Lateral for Cardo. Lamb, edge of the area. The Lions building. Newen. Lamb. Cardo cut off by that of Lee. who got a bit too excited, seeing the space in front of him and took a heavy touch out of play.
Those are the moments as well, aren't they, that Thornbury are going to.
And well, we might have seen that differently because the official has given it, in fact, to Laretta, who's been awarded the free kick.
Kevin Lamb certainly displeased about that, and he has a case. Loretta had a good portion of his shirt, having given up possession, and that caused the entanglement and both of them to take a tumble. Thornbury now have an opportunity.
Oh, Jarvis Gin and Loretta just coming together. We'll try again. Loretta just trying to get in the way of Jarvis Gin. Unnerved the goalkeeper. It's Justin Lee. Caro clears. Trin. Back to the free kick taker Lee. Loretta. His teammate. Slingsby has a bit to do. Newen off his chest. Lamb. Stepping inside. Kevin Lamb. Fatea wasn't sure, although the ball just goes wide of his frame of goal.
It's the first time Kevin Lamb has really had any room to cut inside onto that right foot, and he catches the shot all right. He drags it a little bit at the end, which is why Fatea is untroubled, but it's a worrying sign.
2 against 1 here for Pasco Vale. Caro for Evangelista. Deflection. And a 2-goal buffer now for the Lions.
It's cruel on Thornbury. Pasco Vale have really just started to come into the second half. Thornbury give the ball away cheaply. Kevin Lamb with a nice read. Does the right thing in giving it to Caro. Evangelista times his run perfectly. Doesn't blaze away and get too ahead of himself. Arrives as the late runner just inside the top of the area. And it takes a cruel deflection, and there's nothing Moe Fatea can do about that.
Ball might have hit the roof. Play will continue. Trin Evangelista goes out for that of a goal kick. Pasco Vale convinced that might have been a corner, but not to be. Fatea. Caro cuts it off. Newen. Or deflect the ball off his shoulder out of play. Lee. Pauli. Transylvania. Out of play. Kevin Lamb. Evangelista. Stepping inside of Slingsby. Takes a tumble. On. Got this game on level terms for Pasco Vale. Newen. Wasn't sure where to go. As Ferrer re-enters the mix. Jarvis Gin taking the game on. Stumbles, he might have handled the ball. And Dama Georgie is saying, well, because the keeper handled the ball, there has to be some form of card. As much as Jarvis Gin was pushed onto the ball, Ethan, still, you don't know about that call.
I don't think there's an awful lot that Jarvis Gin could have done about that. It seems to rather ricochet into his hand, then he moves to it deliberately, which would explain why he's not in the book.
Pauli hits Jarvis Gin directly. Cross comes in! Brilliant block from Nam Pham. It's a real scramble. But Justin Lee will find the number on the back of his shirt on the scoreboard. Thornbury have their second, and they're a goal away now from Pasco Vale.
Tidy finish from Justin Lee, and Thornbury just don't give up on it. Pauli epitomises that, does terrifically to get down the line, and then the cutback is perfect under Jarvis Gin. What a block from Nam Pham, but it's in vain as Lee's on hand.
And on has a golden opportunity, sits down for Taya. And while he was goal scorer, 1 second to go, he was there to practically mop up all the mess. A purple patch in 20 seconds from Thornbury's number 2. Justin Lee really putting on a show.
Terrific from Justin Lee. Goal scorer, one end with a tidy finish. That block on the line, crucial. Michael Newen doesn't do an awful lot wrong. Goes for height to make it awkward for him, but he keeps his cool.
Lovely ball for Namfam. Crosses in for Michael Newen. Quick, natured move from the Lions. The idea acknowledged by that of Michael Newen. It was a supreme ball in from Namfam. And Newen, all the frame of him, had to stretch, but was not able to get there. Bruce, Powley, Transylvania and Ferrer come together. Ball just bounces out of play.
I've really enjoyed what Transylvania has brought to Thornbury so far. He's got a really good energy to his game. He's been cool in possession too. He just is always providing a nuisance.
Powley, defensively sound, had to use his body to get the ball away from Ferrer. Wasn't sure where to go. Goes long for Slingsby. Out comes Jarvis Gin. As Bruce lined up. On. Transylvania. Slingsby. Powley. Michael Newen just plants his feet and cushions the header for Ferrer. Here he cycles with Hahn. Newen holding up the space. Ferrer arrived on the overlap. Ushering the ball out of play was Powley.
It's good coverage from Powley to shut the door on Ferreira because Newen timed the overlap very, very well. He took Bruce out of the game. And Powley read it well.
Smashing ball from Bruce, and Powley puts Thornbury back on level terms.
Brilliant goal. Superbly taken from Powley. A deft touch and a precise finish, but the ball from Brewster's a beauty. Perfect amount of loft. Takes all of the Pasco Vale players out of the game. Powley keeps his cool, and now then.
Fantastic ball over the top from the number 13. And once Powley was in that goal-scoring opportunity, you never doubted him. From inside practically 5 yards. And I'm not sure many would have expected this, but Thornbury are on level terms against Pasco Vale. Halfway through the second half. The Lions now looking to get the game back on their terms. Newen. On. Play continues. Fataya with the save. Slingsby with the clearance. Michael Newen thought he might have had a foul.
He's got a case once again. Transylvania bundles into Michael Newen just to stop him from receiving that return. That's a beauty of a ball meantime.
Pham keeps it in somehow. So much excitement. As he wasn't able to just spin away in time.
Slingsby moved it on, and Mulholland nearly had an opening. Jarvis Gin had to react rather quickly and did. Newen on for Ferreira, who had on down the line. Mulholland on the press. Michael Newen once again. You can feel the Pasco Vale frustration. Newen with a tidy ball. Ferreira wanting the runners. Lovely back flick for Arn, who's got a yard himself and has drilled it into the side netting.
Fataya goes long, bouncing. Dama Georgie wants her side to stay up and try force a mistake from Pasco Vale. Newen. Pham with the darting run. Arn. Trying to get around Bruce. Does so with pace. Pham for Ferrer. Building are the Lions.
Newen Tidy 1-2. Michael Newen has flashed it across the face. Lovely touch from Pham to return it to him, and he was not a million miles away. Pasco Vale just wanting to turn the screw. Pham left that a little bit more perilously, but Jarvis Gin is quickly there to mop it up.
Fataya goes long. Pham lofts with the header to clear. Newen couldn't control. Nearly gave a souvenir to those watching on in the stand. Stand or stands? Or individual stands, considering they're all seats. Meanwhile, on with Newen. Pham on the overlap. Shot blocked. Newen for Pham for Newen. Fataya with a fist pump. Bruce putting his body on the line, as was Michael Newen. Thornbury right now living to see another day.
Michael Newen could have pulled the trigger first time then. When he received that ball on the edge of the area, it opened up ever so invitingly for him to have a go. And as it stands, Thornbury ride it out. Fataya wanted Georgie. Jarvis Gin comes in with a thumping clearance. Mulholland side ball. Wanted Georgie. Poblete on for Newen. We can't wriggle away from Mulholland. Poblete now down the line. Now Pham is arriving and drilling it just over.
Gave it a real go to Nam Pham. He wanted to come off for the substitution, although meanwhile, it was Georgie stinging the palms of Jarvis Gin. Poblete at the other end for Newen. Breakneck speed left and right goodnight from both sides. Trying to get a quick counter punch upon each other. And well, the timeout is in the hand of one of the Thornbury managerial staff members, looking for a swift timeout. Meanwhile, Bruce has been very physical in this game. Rolls it back for Fataya. Newen lofted, and had to be sure as he hacks it away.
And they now will get that timeout. Chavanon taking no chances, but this game is on a knife's edge. Thornbury, who were 2 goals down, have clawed their way back as we go to timeout. It's Thornbury 3, Pasco Vale 3.
There are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future, Australia is in the top.
Away we go. Powley down the line. Powley. Georgie! That's one way to contribute as the captain. And Thornbury are in front.
What a goal. Georgie took that ever so deftly. And having been 3-1 down and on the brink, Thornbury have turned it around. A terrific goal from the captain, who's looked dangerous all night. And now Powley might be on the charge. Evangelista closed the door. Caro's under pressure. Moved it on for Poblete. Down the line for Lima, who took it down tidily. Worked the yard on Bruce. Caro Pasco Vale have to find a way to save themselves. Georgie on the challenge, and it's 3-on-2 momentarily. Wanted the switch from Mulholland. It trickles all the way back for Jarvis Gin.
Cardo. It bounces off of Brewster's Falcon. Hits him right in the head. Georgie. Would have been a brilliant ball for Pauli. Poblete had to clear long. Thornbury have turned this around. They were trailing by 2 goals. They now lead by the slightest margin, although they are in front. It was a brilliant finish from Georgie. A deft flick. Nothing which Jarvis Gin could have done to prevent it. Crafty finish from the captain. Lima awaits the movement. Cardo misdirected, although it will be a corner. And a quick flurry of changes for Thornbury.
Caro to be the one to take. Pasco Vale now have to find something. Rolled it out. Evangelista rattled it into Mulholland, then got acrobatic. Lee read it. Mulholland might be in, you know. Through the legs of Evangelista, and Lima in retreat. Had to get a touch away from Trin, who was lurking to add a 2-goal buffer. Unbelievable on the break. Thornbury now with a corner and a chance to go 2 up themselves. Bruce not beyond Poblete, who's got Caro gallivanting. Lima up with him. Caro couldn't sort his feet out, then won it back. And Bruce was there to make the block.
We're now halfway through the second half. Might have been a quarter of the way through when we thought the latter. Plenty of time in this one. Evangelista trying to get around Bruce. He's a man mountain, the number 13 for Thornbury. They can't rely on a 1-goal lead for the next 9 minutes, but they're going to hold on for dear life, Ethan, you'd assume.
You feel as though the changes that are being run are just to keep Pauli fresh, Slingsby fresh for the final 5 perhaps. Caro's corner. Flashed across. No meaningful touch, and Poblete will restart. Michael Newen having a momentary breather. Evangelista. On for Caro, who worked to yards. Bruce on the block again.
Evangelista. Flicking ball for Poblete. He met it with his head. Out come for Taya. Spilt it. Lima has his shot blocked by the keeper. It falls to a momentary silence. Imagine the story. This would right for Thornbury. Poblete will have to try again. Slingsby and Pauli into the mix. Bruce had a fantastic intervention. Will now have a spell. Pauli has a bounce off Evangelista for Fatea. Throws it long. Slingsby tries a back heel. Cardo wasn't sure where the ball went. Lima. Evangelista one flank. Cardo the other. Evangelista stepping inside. Cardo going around his marker. Fatea claims routinely and throws quickly on for that of Lee. Evangelista stings the palms of the keeper.
Tidy hit from Felipe Evangelista. Hit fiercely. Fatea got a good watch. Caro's side ball. Quickly on. Evangelista away from Slingsby. Fatea with a good save down low. Lee with a touch. Poblete not beyond Trin, who's now all on his own. Jarvis Gin went halfway. And Thornbury have smashed it on the break. Trin on the counter. Turned it round Gin into the bottom corner. They now lead by 2.
And listen to the roar from the Thornbury bench. Absolute pandemonium. It was thunderous in the Darabin Community Sports Stadium. After that classic counter-attack was capped off. And they've got a 2-goal lead.
Poblete trying to turn his way out of trouble. Evangelista took over. Face to face with Trin, who just instated that and has won it back. Now then, indeed. Thornbury, with a 2-goal buffer, have flipped this game on its head. Caro took a tumble. Lee on for Trin, got it through to Pauli just about, waited on the overlap. Trin, Pauli, Poblete in firmly.
The new kids on the block, Ethan, showcasing that they're a force to be reckoned with. Pauli has a side possession. 8 minutes on the clock. Pauli can't flick around Lima, who come together. Lima bounces around. That was late on Pauli. And Lima will have to go into the book.
It's rash as well from Alison Lima. Wasn't happy with how Pauli made that first challenge and so just went in a little harshly.
Well, correction there, Ethan, not to cut you off, but Lima not in the book, but a stern chat was had by the official towards the offender.
Perhaps a final warning for
The
Pasco
gesture
Vale.
was there, though, wasn't it?
Certainly. Almost seemed a formality. Michael Newen, the correct distance. Georgie with the free kick. Switched it on for Pauli. Waited on the runners, clipped it for Lee, who's played it off the back of Lima. Jin spilled it and finally got it. You can feel the nerves all of a sudden. Newen, that's a beautiful ball. Lima trying to go on the angle, but couldn't quite test Fatea.
As he goes long, the keeper. Evangelista gets a foot in. Lee involved. Newen had to go solo. He wasn't really sure. Lee turns it over. Evangelista, Newen, Cardo. The Lions just getting in each other's way. Lima wanted to go quickly for Cardo. And well, still ample time. It's really slowed down from a Thornbury perspective. It's gone at a 2x speed for Pasco Vale. Georgie waited the movement from Pauli, but was never found. And while Kevin Lamb has got the fly kit on, they're not going to wait, are the Lions. And they want to turn the tide as quickly as they can. Fifth man initiated. Cardo, Lamb. Back to Cardo. In a probe for that opening. Cardo, Newen, that's a very heavy touch. He got away with it. Evangelista. Under the Cardo for Kevin Lamb this time. Corner Pasco Vale.
Tidy retreating challenge from Justin Lee. Lamb to take. Caro. Switched it on for Evangelista. Down the line for Lima. Newen's lurking. Lima went to fire. And they'll have another corner.
Was deflecting very devilishly, wasn't it? Inside the box. Fatea wasn't sure.
Caro. Evangelista gives it back to him. Lamb is urging for it down the line. Caro obliges him. Switched it for Evangelista. Lima. Newen's all on his own, you know. Alison Lima waited on it. Checked it back when he might have gone. Caro. Challenge. Slingsby's got an open net if he wins the race. Evangelista's going to draw him all the way and turn with ever so much coolness in a situation. Lamb might have a go himself. Fatea, you'd fancy him, you know. Nearly, ever so nearly spectacular.
Imagine the headline that would have written if Fatea had gone on to do that. Well, it had the journey, not the direction. Cardo right towards Newen. Georgie with a block. Pauli with a desperate clearance, which was on target, you know. The Lions earn a corner. You can just see Costa The Diamond. Dimankopoulos having a firm look towards the Pasco Vale bench. Carter. Lamb. They exchange possession from left to right, right to left to Pasco Vale. Desperate for that opening. Lima deflecting ball again. It's a danger, Ethan, for Thornbury. Each time the ball gets towards Lima on the edge of the area, the deflections have been such a menacing prospect they've had to deal with.
Maurizio Novak handed a timeout slip to the official. They wanted it, they didn't get it. Andre Caro! They will now have timeouts, will Pasco Vale. And when we come back, they will have a corner, but Thornbury are 5 and a bit minutes away from an opening night to remember. It's Thornbury 5, Pasco Vale 3.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
Thornbury quick onto the court. They know what's at stake. To emulate what Northern Phoenix had done against Hume, albeit a bit more of a grander statement if they were to get the job done against Pasco Vale. Time nearing a factor, but more importantly, Thornbury are defending for their lives as Pasco Vale have yet another corner. Caro gets it back. Fateo, flash shot save. Still going, Kevin Lamb. They can't seem to turn it in. It all happened in a hurry. Fateo still stood tall. As Jarvis Gin, trying to get off the court, has taken a tumble. Caro, Newen. The Doctor. Central was new and lovely ball for Lima. Big collision. Albeit inadvertently. But Loretta just copying it from Lamb.
And again, Thornbury holds steady. Lee, who got up and under it, 2 up and under it, it hit the roof. You can see the Thornbury bench getting more vocal with every passing second, with every passage which they see out. Caro, on for Evangelista. Quickly gets it back, down the line for Kevin Lamb. Evangelista once more. Now Andre Caro. Evangelista, Lima. Michael Newen didn't get his feet sorted. Slingsby with a poke, not beyond Evangelista, who's tiptoeing and winning a free kick.
Sliding doors moment there perhaps from Slingsby, considering Ethan. If it was to poke it in between the 2 Pasco Vale shirts, the goal was vacant. Although, it goes the opposite direction and he concedes the foul.
Caro's free kick as a result. Perhaps a butterfly effect might be about to be enacted. Caro for Lamb. Ewan and Loretta got rather close to one another. Here's Andre Caro. Back with Kevin Lamb. Down the line for Newen. Wonderfully worked. Ferreira at the back post. Didn't sort his feet out. And then sold Evangelista short, but he could keep it once more.
Caro. Bruzio Novak wants a diag ball to work. That's the call from the manager. There it was from Ewan. He just couldn't trap it the way he envisioned. Time ticking for Taya out of Laretta on the far side. A real vibrancy in the stadium right now. An upset could be brewing here in Darebin. Ferrer through the gates of Georgie. Lamb still travelling. Evangelista. Thornbury defending ever so desperately. Ferrer concedes possession, but will have it back following a side ball. Evangelista. Newen has his back towards goal. Lamb. Laretta confronting him. Evangelista. Ferrer. Cut off by Georgie, who's just going to stroll his way through somehow and flick the ball up and over and out of play.
Perhaps another sliding doors moment. Thornbury are going to have many more looks like this. Newen, Caro, Evangelista. Down the line for Lamb from Caro. Newen didn't make it work, then won it back. Ferreira, Newen! Pulled down by Loretta. That's not a bad effort either. Not close enough.
The next goal wins it for Thornbury, obviously. But if Pasco Vale can somehow find a couple, they'll be back on level terms. But well, it's all Thornbury right now, and they've got the clear sighting on goals.
Has to be said, a rather tidy touch from Maurizio Novak. Whereas Jackson Georgie's taken a tumble. Chance for a bit of instruction. Thornbury's number 14 and skipper seems to be okay. Evangelista. On for Andre Caro. Evangelista. On for Andre Caro. Into the feet of Newen. Can Pasco Vale find themselves an opening and a way back into this game? Kevin Lamb. Caro. Quick and tidy return. Speared for Newen. Caro now out the other way. Evangelista. Ferreira. Worked tidily well, but Thornbury holding firm. Oh. And Newen was nearly picked off by Slingsby. Lamb quickly. Newen. Evangelista. Back for Michael Newen once more. Caro. Evangelista. Ferreira. Foot in the way by Bruce. Caro to rattle one. Wasn't far away.
The doctor trying to pull something right out from nothing. Angle was against him. Still thought he'd test his luck. Ferreira on defensive duties. Slingsby. Lauretta. Georgie. And Slingsby concedes possession. Time firmly against the Lions now. Not many would have expected this. Lamb. Caro. Need to find an opening. Thornbury, to their credit, have been defensively very hard to break down. Newen's been unsure. And of course, in considering that, well, there are less fixtures this season, this blemish for Pasco Vale, if it is to happen, could prove very costly. Slingsby is going to hold the ball in the corner. Try to take time off the clock. Ferrer. Newen confronted by that of Slingsby. Newen somehow kept his feet. Caro. Evangelista. Ferrer for Michael Newen. They're not going to go down without a fight. As a man that would usually say it, well then, Ethan Reid.
Certainly, well then. You could feel the air go out of that Thornbury bench. the second that ball hit the net from Michael Newen. Pasco Vale now within 1. Paoli pressed by Ferreira. And they've got around 2 minutes to save themselves. The Lions, who are in phase 3 of the project, do not want to start with a blemish or a blip. Paoli fired it into Georgie. You can feel the nerves all right. They continue with Kevin Lamb in the 5th. Ferreira, Evangelista, Caro, Newen. Back with Andre Caro. Evangelista. Caro once again. Couldn't find Lamb. Fatea, they were urging him to go quicker. Caro flicked it on. Evangelista kept it. Ferreira on the switch, recycled it to Caro rather cleverly. Lamb's charging forward, speared it on for Newen, who's got options. Arriving! Brilliant block. Newen kept it alive. Lamb for Evangelista. Got it out of his feet just about. Gave it back to Caro. Waiting on the runners once again. They've got to go now, Pasco Vale. Caro touched it for Ferreira, got it back, worked it round. Evangelista, Caro, Ferreira, Newen not turned in. Georgie from range, still going, pinballing anywhere. Georgie over the top. It's going to trickle out. It's going to trickle out.
1 second left on the clock. The last roll of the dice. Thornbury have somehow, against all odds, come onto the scene and have made a statement against that of Pasco Vale. It was left until the last second of the game. They launched it long, did the Lions, but they couldn't seem to find their equaliser. I'm not sure many would have expected this. The new boys on the block, Thornbury, tame the Lions on match day 1. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Does not quite begin to cover it. I would love to know the last time 2 newly promoted teams won on opening night. Thornbury have got the job done and have kick-started series futsal for themselves in the best way possible. A night to remember for them at the beginning of the journey. For Pasco Vale, the Lions will have to lick their wounds and come back in a week's time. Full-time in Darabin from the most unbelievable of opening match days. Thornbury 5, Pasco Vale 4.
And that's all she wrote on the broadcast. Ethan Rigg and Adam Palombi signing off. It was a pleasure to be back for the opening round of Season 2 this year. Until next week, we'll catch you on Sunday. SFE Women's returns. So does the championship. Be sure to tune in. Until then, thank you and good night.